Live for air, Mayor, and we're going live in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good afternoon and welcome. This is a virtual special commission workshop meeting of July 24th, 2020. Due to the public health emergency caused by COVID-19 and is authorized by Governor DeSantis's various executive orders and extensions, today's special city commission meeting is being held virtually with elected officials and staff participating via Zoom. Here's how you can participate. Go to zoom.us and I'll give you the ID in a moment, or call 301-715-8592 or 888-475-4499, 888-475-4499. The webinar ID is 8734-3999-500 #. I'll repeat, 873-43999-500 #. If you want to speak, and there'll be perhaps some speaking, although this is a workshop, click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or *9 on the telephone to raise their hand. Hey, before we do the pledge, Ralph, is this a workshop or a meeting?
No, Mayor. This is a regular special commission meeting. Action can be taken. It is not a workshop.
Can be taken. Okay, that's what I wanted. I thought that was the case. All right, let's see who's my victim today. Alina Hudak, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. PJ, give us a flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for all it stands, and justice. Oh no, I got nervous and I forgot the Pledge of Allegiance. Sorry. You flustered me. You flustered me.
Indivisible, with liberty
And justice for all.
Okay. No. By the way, I know a couple of you.
Why do you keep doing that to everybody? It doesn't work via Zoom. We need the backdrop.
I don't want to say anything, but at some point, if you don't say it every morning in class, maybe parts of it you forget.
I recommend everybody get a copy and tape it on the top of their phone.
Yeah, for the next time. For the next time he catches us.
Right?
Yeah.
I know you feel better.
It's hard staring at the wall saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
It is.
I haven't.
We all love our country, so let's keep going.
Yeah, we do.
All right, let's go with why don't we get the announcements?
Yes, sir. For the record, items R9B as in boy, R9E, and R9G are being deferred to September 16th. And the one addendum has been approved by the mayor, so that's ready to go, sir.
Okay. All right. So we're going to follow the agenda. My understanding is that the pump items, there's 2 pump station items on the agenda. One, it looks like was already deferred. And my understanding, the first one, R7A, Commissioner Samlin, you want us to cue that up so you can tell us what we're doing on that?
Yes.
Okay, let's call R7A up.
R7A is accept recommendation, approve pump station location at South Point Park, requested by Commissioner Samulin.
Okay, before we start, I just want to let everybody know, I've been running it out of the meetings today. What's going on is there's a group of the mayor's conferences are discussing the CARES Act funding to the county, and there are negotiations going on right now. So that's what I keep jumping to. I don't want you to think, and I'm trying to keep track of what you did this morning. I actually listened to a good part of it. So I apologize. I'm probably going to step out at some point briefly to go to the meeting with Mayor Jimenez online, where that CARES Act, it's very important. It's going to determine what the breakup is of the money that's coming into the county and how much goes to each city. So that has been under negotiations. And I think it's coming to a finality today, but it'll determine how much money we get from that, which is not unimportant. But anyway, okay, Commissioner Samulin, tell us what you'd like to do on your item.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I want to just give a little bit of background, and then I will be very specific about what I think the questions before us are and my recommendation. First off, this is a project. It's called First Street, but it's really south of Fifth. That, some discussions, frankly, go back 6+ years. So this project's been talked a lot for quite a while. In the last 3 years, there's been some intensive work. I want to highlight a couple reasons that I in discussions with the city administration, decided to sponsor the project. The degree of road raising in this project comparatively is relatively limited. There's just one street, that's First Street. It is a street with 150-foot right-of-way, so there's a lot of room to work with. Second reason I wanted to sponsor this project is because it was pre-funded. There's money and we're ready to go. I also have great admiration for this neighborhood, and I know that a lot of the folks in this neighborhood would get engaged and help make it a better project. We heard the item at land use, and then the commission may recall that we talked about it about 30 days ago. During that meeting, a couple of my colleagues, it might have been Commissioner Richardson and Minor particularly, and to some extent Commissioner Gongora too, had said that they thought we should take a little more time with this discussion. And I offered at the end that we should have some additional public outreach. And I will tell you, I think that was a very, very wise decision. And I believe that we are better positioned today because of that decision to move forward with what I think will be a better project. So here are the questions as I see it. I think there are three. The first question in front of this body really is, do we want to move forward with this project? Because the next step, frankly, is going to involve some design work. It's probably a few $1 million. And I think it would be important for this body to go on the record. I certainly want to move this project forward. I certainly, as a champion, will argue for that. So that's question number one. Question number two is regarding the street design on First Street. There's been a spirited discussion within the community. There has been a survey. The city administration has done some research, and there's a recommendation on the table for one of two alternatives for us to decide. I am hopeful, if it's the will of this board, that we can make that decision today. I think it's helpful to put a marker on the ground, but of course I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. The third decision is related to the location of a pump, which frankly involves a generator, which also includes an outfall location. And my recommendation at this point is that decision be teed up in the next phase of work, that we not make that decision today. Frankly, in my heart of hearts, having gone to countless meetings, talked to a lot of us, I personally am not convinced that we are ready to make that decision. I'm not sure it's the wrong answer, but I won't go to bed at night thinking it's definitely the right answer. And so I believe that work is best done as the next phase of design work. Mayor, there's some 320 folks on the line. My gut, having participated in so many of these discussions, is that a whole host of them are taking time from their Friday to weigh in particularly on that comment. So one thing I would just say procedurally, to the extent that we can, have some direction from the body as to whether we are or are not making that decision today. And again, my recommendation is we might save a lot of people's time, and we might avoid having people explaining things that we probably have sort of landed with. So those are my thoughts. I have some specifics around how I would like to recommend we move forward. But at this point, I'd love to hear from the city administration or any of my colleagues in terms of what their perspective is.
Okay, before we go and queue it up with the city administration, because there really are two decisions we have to make, I think. The first is on whether it's option A or option B. That was number 2 in your list, because that I think we have to decide on. And you think we should make that decision today?
Correct.
And the second having to do with the location and configuration of the pump station, you'd like to defer, is my understanding.
That is correct.
Okay. So let me turn to Mr. Morales. Is it manager? Is it you, or is it some other victim?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think my guess is I would ask that you all take up the second item first, which is because rather than us go through a detailed presentation on all these issues, if you're going to defer the pump station issue, then that'll make for a different, narrower conversation. So before we say anything, obviously we came prepared today, but we understand Commissioner Samuel's motion and have no objection to that. So, but I guess it's up to you all what you want to do about that.
That's what I fully intend on getting our sense of the commission on the deferral, because of the 22 people who want to speak. I'm going to urge any of them speaking on that, if it's deferred, to not speak, because we're going to do some more outreach. But Commissioner Richardson, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so Mayor, thank you. I could just ask a question that maybe will help frame it, and that is to the manager and the administration. I would like to know if it's possible for us today to make a decision on one of these items and not the other one, and what item is in the critical path. That means which of these two issues has to be decided first. If you could comment on that. So can they be bifurcated, and which one has to be decided first?
It's not really, bifurcating is probably not the right phrase, because it's one project. I mean, the truth is they're both critical path. So, you can make a decision on the street configuration today, but we still really can't start design in earnest, because obviously where the pump station is located is a critical path issue as well. So, it doesn't hurt to make at least one of the decisions today, but that doesn't really buy us a significant amount of time at all, because we're not going to really give a green light to the design builder to go and start in earnest putting together the design criteria package without a critical element being, where is that pump station? Where does the pipe have to go? Where's the outfall? Those are critical elements.
So can I continue, Mr. Mayor? Is that okay?
You're recognized for a series of questions and comments.
Thank you. So thanks for the clarification on that. So, and I know that many of the people on the call probably want to talk about the location of the pump station, and that's why I asked the question. If we made a decision on the street today, could we get started on the project? And it sounds to me like we cannot until we make a decision on both. Now, last month at the meeting, I raised some serious concerns about process, about their outreach. And in fact, there was an online survey, an email survey that yielded some results. But my friends at Rebecca Towers told me that they were excluded because they would normally use a piece of paper and a pencil. And so I don't know if anything has been done. I've inquired, and I don't know that there's been any specific outreach to people who don't normally use the computer. But I would say this is so difficult for me, because I ran on a platform of not being a pause person on these sustainability issues. And here it is, I'm saying we have to pause. I am truly troubled by process of what I saw on West Avenue and now what I've seen on this project. I'm frustrated. And so I would say that if we cannot bifurcate these two, and we're not ready to make a decision on the pump, and I agree we're not ready to make a decision, I think we need to do more work there, then I think we should defer the decision on both of them. The other thing I would just mention to my colleagues is that in my frustration on this issue, I intend to spend part of my summer, August rather, I'm going to bring an item on September for consideration by the commission on minimum standards and protocols that must be followed for all of these projects, so that we can check off the box. We did this, when I was a state rep, FDOT has a 5-year rolling plan on road projects, and they have a check sheet, and there are 100 things that have to be done before they can move a project forward. They have to have so many public hearings. They have to go to homeowners association. And I think we need that kind of protocol in the city of Miami Beach, because this is twice now that I've seen frustration. Now, part of the problem is, and I recognize that citizens don't sometimes become engaged until they see the bulldozer. And I saw that with the Alton Road project. I had just been elected to the state rep, and the bulldozer showed up on Alton Road to start tearing up and doing the plan that had been in motion for 5 years. And people came out of their homes and said, wait, what's going on? Why is there a bulldozer? So the truth is that FDOT had done 5 years of planning, but some people didn't engage. But I would say that if we're not able to make it, if we could make one decision and move the project forward today, that would be different. But Mr. Manager, you've just said we can't do that. And so if we're going to defer the decision on the location of the pump, which I totally support because I think it needs more work, then we should just defer on both of them. And in the meantime, as I said, I'm going to bring an item in September with suggestions and protocols, and I'll let my colleagues weigh in and see if we need to have that sort of initiative. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Manager. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to Commissioner Minor. We're going to get back to the manager at some point, unless he runs away. Let's go to Minor.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, first of all, thank you for teeing this up, Commissioner Samuelin and Commissioner Richardson. As you recall, yeah, I shared your concerns about process. We had maybe a little bit different issues, but we were on the same page. And I have actually sponsored an item to deal with sort of notifications to residents, and I'm actually curious to see your checklist that you're going to be coming up with. So that sounds great. I actually wanted to cover some questions with Roy Coley. I actually had a very good meeting with Roy yesterday when he sort of walked me through the area a bit, and I got a pretty good understanding. But I thought it'd be helpful just to flush out a couple of questions. So when we're talking about the pumps, where would, under the current administration's recommendation, where would the pumps actually be?
Commissioner Minor, thank you for the question. The pump station itself would be below ground in the parking lot that we commonly refer to as the parking lot to Smith and Walensky. That's where the actual pump station would be. Then the control panel would be above ground, and we have originally proposed it to be in the park surrounded by vegetation. In today's presentation, we're willing to offer to move those controls to the parking lot if we want to preserve the park. But to answer your question, pump station completely underground in the parking lot, and then the control panels that are above the ground are separate.
Is there also a generator component?
Yes, sir. As part of this design, as all designs going forward, due to commission direction from a previous resolution, all of our projects include a generator, and a large portion of the above ground components in this project is the generator.
Now, based on our discussion and my understanding is the large component that really is, I think, what residents have the most concern about is the generator, correct?
Yes, sir. It is the largest single component.
What does the generator exactly do? Maybe you can tell us what the pumps do and what the generator does, just for clarification.
Okay, the underground pump station will collect the piped water from throughout the South of Fifth neighborhood and pump the water out to Government Cut as we have it proposed. They're all electrically powered from FPL Power. The generator that you mentioned, its purpose is in the event of a power failure, the generator would automatically start and supply the electrical power to the pumps while the power is out.
What is the likelihood that the generator would be necessary?
Well, obviously, the power reliability is very high, and it is a very low likelihood of power failure. That is why originally we did not install generators in these projects. Then we did experience a power failure in the middle of a storm in the Sunset Harbor community. And after that experience, that's when the commission decided that all future projects should have generators and not have that risk. We've not had a situation since.
Well, when you say a situation, most of the areas in Miami Beach, I mean, you actually listed off to me yesterday, probably numerous, probably 10 projects that have pumps, but no generator. Sunset Island 3 and 4, North Bay Road, West End Avenue, a number of places. Is that accurate?
Yes, so the stations that we built prior to commission resolution directing the installation of generators do not have generators, and we have not gone back and retrofitted most of those.
And what's the reason there's no generators in those locations?
Originally, when those projects were designed, we as staff were being largely guided by what was then known as the Blue Ribbon Panel on Sea Level Rise, and they were being advised by our outside consultant at the time, AECOM, along with staff. And it was a spirited debate back then. As when I first joined the city in 2015, I remember the debates in those all day and night meetings, and the meetings were, about the intrusiveness of the large equipment versus the risk of power failure and the actual risk of flooding if we had a power failure. At that time, the advice was not to install those generators, and we did not. And then, of course, later when we experienced the failure, I mentioned a power failure in the middle of a storm, it was then decided to install generators.
What's your, I know we have a commission policy, but what's your opinion as to whether, so my understanding is commission policy right now is that any project and we install the pumps, a generator must accompany that, correct?
That is our current directive, yes, sir.
And if you were starting from scratch, would that be the policy you would implement?
I think each project should be looked at individually if you were asking for my opinion, because there's a different risk in each neighborhood if you had a power failure, depending on elevation of habitable spaces and also FPL's ability to offer reliability representations. For example, our Sunset Harbor pump stations have a single power feed to the pump stations. We're working with FPL now about getting an agreement that all of our pump stations have dual electrical feeds from dual sources. So if we lose power from one, it'd be very unlikely we would lose power from both. If we were able to secure that, certainly that would impact how much risk you have not having a generator, and would make a difference in some projects if you were looking at it project specific.
Is there such a thing as a sort of a temporary generator?
There is such thing as temporary generators, and here's what has to be recognized. A temporary generator will do an outstanding job if you have a planned event, such as a planned power outage, or if you know there's a hurricane coming and you want to deploy temporary generators and set them up in advance in case we lose power, or after a hurricane, if you've lost a lot of power, you can deploy generators. What a temporary generator will not do is in the middle of a rainstorm, if you have a power outage, you would not have the time it takes to transport a temporary generator from its warehouse facility or staging place, get it to the location, plugged in and started and running before you would have already experienced the flooding event if you're in the middle of a storm. And so that is the risk you take by not having a permanent generator, is there's just no possible way to get a generator deployed and running in the middle of a storm timely enough.
Okay, that's helpful. I guess just to sum up my thoughts is, and I'd be curious to hear that my colleagues' thoughts if they want to weigh in, that right now we have a policy that requires the generator, and it seems to me that a lot of these projects are getting stalled and hung up because of the size of the generator, which it can be imposing and can sort of, and understandably residents who are near the vicinity of that are objecting, and I get it. And I guess I'm sort of thinking out loud whether we want to consider changing that policy where we can, on a case-by-case basis, and hear from each neighborhood whether they want the generator, understanding the risks that could happen with pump failure. Although we described a number of projects that don't have the generator, and there hasn't been an issue yet. So that's sort of where I'm at, and it's something I would certainly consider if my colleagues agreed.
Okay, I want to just queue up where we are in this, and I'll get to you, Commissioner Samuel, in a moment. So there are two issues. The first is the, I guess I don't want to call it streetscape, but it's the non-pump work that's attendant to the pump. And there are two options for that. Commissioner Richardson has indicated that if there seems to be a desire, and there seems to be a desire to at least to defer the pump decision to the next meeting or a next meeting. Commissioner Richardson would like to do them both because, as he points out, you're not going to be able to start one just by doing it. The only advantage might be that if there are people here to speak on that, we get their voices now, and then next time we can just focus on the pump. But I don't think that's a big deal either way. So I want to just cue this up. I know, Commissioner Minor, you're raising the issue of the policy, but I would like to get this item so we know what we're going to do, because there are 24 people who want to speak. And frankly, if we're deferring this, then I'm going to go ahead and move to the next item and defer it. But let me first, does anybody, in terms of deferring, certainly the pump is, let's just go down the line. Commissioner Gongora, are you okay with the deferral?
I'm okay with the deferral.
Commissioner Minor?
Well, it looks like that's the direction we're going. Clearly, I guess I'm sorry. I was tying sort of it all together, but
I don't know that we're going to make the decision on that, what you're tying to now, on whether we need pumps or not in the next 5. In other words, we're not going to make that decision before we make the decision on the deferral. I think it's a very valid point you raised. I think probably Roy might agree with you. Commissioner Steinberg, do you want to defer the pump?
Hi, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, we're Commissioner Sam would like to defer the pump part of this discussion to another meeting. Are you okay with that?
Just the pump
Well,
pump?
then we're going to get to the other part, because only Commissioner Richardson has said to defer them both. Commissioner Samlin wanted to vote on it, so we're going to figure that out after I first figure out whether everybody wants to defer the pump. So are you the pump issue? Yeah.
It sounds like that's where it's going with all my colleagues speaking at this point. I'm here to listen to what he has to say.
Ariola yet. Okay. Commissioner Ariola. Wait, hold on. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I had to get off my computer. Now I'm on my phone.
Got it. So Commissioner Samuelin suggested deferring the pump issue to the next one. Are you opposed to that, or are you okay with it?
Yeah, of course I'm opposed to it. We got to get moving.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so I think the location on South Point, the triangle on Alton is appropriate. We could address a lot of the concerns that some folks have about, beautification, but I think it's a good spot for it. And I think we should move forward with the entire project, and I would vote for what's known, I guess, as option 2.
Okay. So with regard to the pump, it looks like most of us will go with Commissioner Samuelin's request to defer it. So now let's go to the first thing. Yes, Commissioner Samuelin.
Yes, thank you for that. And I think that is a wise course. Before we go to the sort of option 1, 2 streetscape, I think it's really important, though, that we pick up on a couple specifics of where do we go from here vis-a-vis the pump. Because the miss is to come back in a couple months, 90 days, and have the same discussion. So I want to comment on a few things. First, to Commissioner Richardson's comments about minimum standards and protocols, I think that's right on. I look forward to hearing that. To Commissioner Minor's comments about notifications, I'm excited to hear that. And of course, my colleagues may recall that we have an ordinance in play to have these projects reviewed by the DRB. My thought is that we need to be clear with the administration as to a path forward so that we can make the decisions. What do I mean by decision? The size and magnitude of the pump and its location, the generator, where it's going to go, how we're going to apply blue-green, which is what I think we're going to approve from Jacobs today, and how do we engage our residents in this process. So I thought that what probably was going to make sense here is that we would proceed with a design process. What I fear is if we just defer without a process in place, that we're not going to be able to jumpstart the project. And I latched onto this because I want to see the progress that needs to be made. So I think we need to move forward with the project. If the city administration believes they have the resources to do that, so be it. But I also thought there was notion of maybe bringing in a design firm like Jacobs Engineering, because I think this needs to be viewed in an integrated way, and I think we need to do it with the residents. So Mayor, I won't call today a victory for us if we don't come to some clarity on that path forward, and I've just sort of described what I believe it should be.
Okay, so why don't we, I got that, but I'm trying to deal with it. Right now, there are 2 issues we have to vote on. One of them I'm assuming, because I only really heard Commissioner Ariola object, that we're gonna move forward on the pump to another date. Let's get to the streetscape. Commissioner Samlin, you wanted us to come up with a, do you still want us to vote on or adopt one of those options, option A or option B?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So unless anyone other than Commissioner Richardson would wait, it sounds like you had a soft objection, Commissioner Richardson, not a terribly hard one. Is that accurate?
Well, it's just that, that's why I asked the question, because I didn't know the answer, is that if we make a decision on one and not the other, can we keep the project moving? And the answer is no. I mean, so making a decision on the street today will not benefit us because we've deferred the pump, which I agree that we need to do more work there. But I think that there's more work that needs to be done on the streetscape idea because, I don't think there's been enough engagement. I don't think that this online poll was fair. There are people in the community that weren't heard from, that didn't have their voices heard. So if somebody told me that we could benefit today by making this decision, then I'd be all in support of that. But I'm being told that both items are on the critical path together. So making a decision on this item will not benefit us, but that's just my view.
Okay, does anybody, I do need some help on this. So is there somebody from the commission who, Commissioner Salmon and Commissioner Richardson, any of the other commissioners want to weigh in? It would be somewhat helpful. Otherwise, I'm just going to move forward with Commissioner Samuelin's, unless there's a motion. We're going to move forward on Commissioner Samuelin's desire for us to choose option A or B. No one else want to be heard? Okay. So let's go ahead and queue up those two options for us. So we are now deferring the pump issue, and we're gonna talk about the streetscape issue, and then we're gonna sort of give some direction. And let me just say this: the notice. I appreciate Commissioner Richardson and Commissioner Minor talking about notice. A lot of this may be a little bit pandemic related. I will say this: no one has ever accused we're not a city government that tends to hide stuff from residents. We show up at meetings and with 10, 15, sometimes 20 of our city staff. We go at night. I'm always very impressed with all of that. But on the other hand, I do realize that if people in the community feel like they don't know, I don't need to lay blame on either side. I just need to know that they don't know, and we're going to give them a chance to know and to understand it and to be aware of the options. I think that's incumbent on us. And if we have to wait a little longer to do that, that's fine. It is challenging in a pandemic to do this. Some people may not like Zoom. Some people like going to meetings, things like that. So we're gonna have to make sure our outreach is good. But I really am very proud of how the city generally does its outreach. But I look forward to some more ideas, especially ones that could be helpful when we can't have in-person meetings. So who's queuing up the two options?
Mayor, I would be happy to walk through the presentation that lays out the difference in the two options if that's what you would like, but it's all one presentation. The pump and the road designs is all together. Commissioner
Samlin, we're only going to be voting, your desire is to vote on just the streetscape. So why don't you take us through it? I think we need to do that. We talked about people watching and being advised of things. Why not do it right now? So okay. Take us through it, Roy. But for people who are queuing up and listening, the pump part of this discussion, which is overwhelmingly the number of emails, we are not going to be voting on that today. That has been deferred. So anyone who is in the queue to speak on the pump, please, you can save it for the next time because it's, we're gonna give plenty of opportunity to the public. But if you're here on the streetscape, I'm going to give everybody a minute or so to weigh in. So let's go ahead, Roy, and take us through it.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to share my screen for you.
And call it the two options. Make sure people know the language so we're all, is it option A and B or 1 and 2?
It's option 1 and 2 in the presentation.
That makes it easy.
Is my presentation available to you, sir?
Yes, everybody can see it.
Okay, I'll walk through it.
Ask, Vice Mayor Richardson, you're the Vice Mayor, right?
No, that's Commissioner.
Oh, Vice Mayor Samuelin.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Samuelin, will you, I may have to look at another screen for a few minutes.
No problem, Mayor. Happy to do so. Roy, if you could kick us off, please.
Okay, Mayor Gilbert, Commissioners, for the record, I'm Roy Coley, Director of Public Works. This presentation that I'm about to show is very much the same presentation we've shown for the last month. However, there are a number of additions to the presentation as we have met with the different stakeholders throughout the South of Fifth community. When we've had specific questions come up and reoccur, we've incorporated that in the presentation just for more clarity. The presentation is going to include these 5 things. We've got a background. I'm going to give you the basics of the actual work itself, have a brief discussion on the benefits, going to share with you what staff recommendations are, and then we'll stand prepared to answer any questions or hear any comments. We always like to start our presentation with showing why it is the administration has prioritized this project. And this is actually First Street. This video was given to us by one of the residents that lives on First Street and says this is what they live with during heavy rains, and have submitted this, I think, to most of our elected officials. I know they sent this to our city manager, who shared it with me, and I included it in the presentation just to show the reality living there. Here's a couple of still photos that our staff has taken during similar events there. You can see with the car just how deep the water sometimes is during heavy rain events. And these pictures are of sunny day flooding. I call your attention to the picture on your right. You got the blue sky in the background, indicating this is not a rain event. This is tidal flooding. There are areas in South of Fifth right now, primarily First Street is one of the lowest streets. And when we have higher than usual tides, we have salt water in the streets. And then we've added this photo. This is a well, and the reason why we added this to the presentation was during one of the community presentations, the question was asked, why couldn't we simply add more drainage wells throughout the neighborhood to take care of the flooding water? And what we shared was because of the low elevation and the geology beneath the streets is so porous that the water is rising from beneath the streets just like it's coming over seawalls, and the wells become artesian. And this happens to be a photo that I took, both of these, back in 2016. I was standing on Washington Avenue facing the west, and the picture on the left is a drainage well. It's actually a private property well, but you can see how the water was artesian on a day that it wasn't raining. Water's coming out of the wells. Then you can see on the right side picture a little more broadly how it simply runs across the property and into the streets. And so these wells are artesian at this point. Certainly these wells would not be productive if it began raining. And that's what we've been seeing citywide is during the high tide events, drainage wells aren't very productive and don't offer the protections that we need. So I'm going to give you a little background on the project. We've added some details here due to questions during our meetings. You can see the genesis of this project in this version, where the commission in the fall of 2016 authorized the procurement of design services. In the summer of 2017, the city entered into an agreement with consultant engineer firm Wade Trim to begin design work on the stormwater system and the streetscape for First Street, as well as pump station and outfall. In 2018, city staff had multiple meetings with the neighborhood, residents throughout the neighborhood, to present different design options for First Street and to select a typical section. One thing that probably, when we say we've got 2 options we're considering today, back during this time period of 2018, we probably had 7, 8, or 9 options. We had so many ideas and thoughts from the community that we asked our consultant engineer to draw and design for everyone to see, and then tried to work down to a consensus. Then in 2019, we received requests to evaluate alternate sites for the pump station We had lots of good ideas. We had a total of 16 stakeholder meetings. Most of those were with individual condo associations attempting to obtain property rights for the outfalls. And when I get to later in the presentation, I can show you exactly what those look like. Then very specifically, you see, this is the most important thing. This is what has happened most recently. In January, we had a group of stakeholders wanted to reconsider what we thought was a consensus on the road design. In January again, we presented to the Land Use Committee, and the Land Use Committee asked for staff to do a presentation to SOFNA. And then you see also in January, we made our final presentation to a property owner candidate for property rights for the pump station outfall that we'll show you in a minute where that was. Then in March, city staff, our communications department, capital improvement, transportation and public works, we all attended a SOFNA meeting and shared the optionals road designs, as well as a layout of how we were proposing the pump station to be at South Point Park. We came back in May to the land use, and the Land Use Committee accepted the staff's recommendation for option 2 on the road design and the pump station location and referred it to full commission. Then you see on June 24th, we carried this to full commission, and then the commission directed staff to do more outreach and to return to this meeting today. So from June 24th, when the City Commission directed staff to go out and return today, this is what we have done. Our communications team coordinated a meeting with each one of the individual associations you see here. And we as a team presented this presentation minus a few of these slides and answered those questions. Probably the most important item on this list I would call your attention to is the very last one, where we had a public meeting and our communications teams mailed out these 4,000 postcards just to make sure that everybody knew of the meeting. There had been some concerns that maybe we didn't have everybody's email address, or that maybe they didn't know the meeting. So I know that when that public meeting was held, we had 170 participants in the meeting. There was a comprehensive outreach to get people to the meeting. So I wanted to point that out to you. It didn't just go by email and social media. Actually, postcards went out. So I'll give you just a brief description of the work. Here's what we call the typical street section, option 1. I'll run through just a couple of important elements. The road elevation is elevated to 3.7 feet. And that is to manage the salt water you saw in the streets, the sunny day flooding. That's to elevate above that salt water. This option has dedicated bicycle lanes. It has an improved parking valet arrangement for the commercial side of the road. If you're looking at this section, you would be facing the west, where all of the restaurants and commercial businesses on your left. On your right is the residential. And this, you have a median between the direction of travel. You have a vegetative median there dividing the road. The advantage, as we identified it, to this design is it has the least impact of parking. You maintain all of your parking spaces. Your disadvantages to this design is you do have less green space than the next option I'm going to show you, and you have narrower sidewalks than the next option. So here's the typical section that we're calling option 2. So today you've got option 1 and 2. Staff has recommended option 2 in the past and continues to recommend that today. Some primary elements to note: the road elevation is 3.7, which is consistent with option 1. Here's a difference. You have shared bicycle lanes versus having a dedicated bicycle lane. You have the same improved parking arrangement for valet with option 2. Option 1 and 2 are identical in that regard. Here's the other difference, or another difference. You do not have a median between the direction of travel. You have undivided two-way traffic. And here's the advantage of option 2 as we identified over option 1, you have additional green space on each side of the road, and you have wider sidewalks. The disadvantage to this one, this option 2 design, is you lose parking places. There are 24 less street parking places with option 2 than option 1. We had done a parking utilization study early on in the design. We hired a consultant engineering firm, Florida Transportation Engineer, and FTE, and they were working on the road designs for us, and we also asked them to do a traffic and parking study. They did a nighttime study, and it showed utilization rates in the 50s, and that is why we did not believe the loss of the 24 spaces was detrimental to the community. Some of the community members thought perhaps that nighttime study didn't reflect its current reality. So our parking department, led by Mr. Saul Francis, they've done a daytime parking utilization study, and it's described here, but probably the most important thing for you to see is in the bottom left-hand corner, these findings, where you have the overall parking utilization all in the 50s percentile, which is very consistent with the nighttime study that our consultant did. So it does give us confidence that the consultant study was probably correct. Now Saul did note on the right in his notes that, you know, these may not be normal and typical times with our COVID pandemic and various things that are going on. But we point out that the utilization being very similar to the consultants that had been done a couple of years previous indicates that it probably is accurate, and we have high confidence that that is the actual parking utilization. To give you a quick idea of the stormwater working on the street, because this all was designed originally, it is a drainage project. So what you see in yellow is the area there'll be underground large diameter stormwater pipes. So this area along Alton will have underground pipes. This area along Washington, basically from 5th all the way to South Point, will have underground drainage pipes. Then on First Street, they'll be connected. All of this yellow is underground and will turn into the backbone of the South of 5th neighborhood drainage system. What we're proposing the pump station is at the parking lot as you enter into the Smith and Walensky Park, indicated here in the blue square, and then the outfall that would go out to Government Cut. Now, what I want to show you here is all the places that has been evaluated for this pump station location. And I will call your attention, if you can see my pointer, at the red X on the blue spot marked PS option 1. This is the triangular shaped property that the city owns. It is just south of First Street, and it is large enough for the pump station. This is where we wanted to locate the pump station. When the project first began, Eric Carpenter was our assistant city manager, and I had mentioned to him that our engineers thought South Point made the most sense to look at the pump station, and Eric is the one said, try to find me anywhere but South Point, because going through the park was his personal last option in his mind. He would want to consider if we could find another way. So we immediately went to this property, and the challenge that we have, all the other X's, I won't describe them in detail, but each location has an X on it as being not feasible because all of them required property rights from the city that the city needed to obtain, either from a private property landowner, such as a condo association, the condo boards, the marina operator who has a lease on property. Each one of these options, the housing authority has property rights on one of them. We went to each one of these looking to see how we might obtain the rights to cross their property with this outfall, and we were not successful in obtaining that anywhere. So we even had the school board, the very top spot, the school board on that property, they rejected the notion of having any of our equipment there because they had some future plans for the school there. So each one of these was X'd off over a period of those meetings I shared with you in the beginning. I think it was 16 different meetings with all of these different boards and stakeholder groups. And when we got to this point, that left us only South Point. That's why you see pump station option 6 in blue at the bottom of the picture is what staff recommendation is really it's the only location for a pump station today that we have property rights. Now, here's our original proposal for that location. The blue portion is the pump station that is in the parking lot below ground. All of that you would not see. The red portion is the control panel and generator we've been discussing, and we had proposed for it to be in the park. Now, during all of our public meetings, we've heard a tremendous amount of folks in the area that don't like the idea of having those components in the park. So in response to that, we are willing to recommend that we give up some parking places in the parking lot to Smith and Walensky and place what you see in red here, which is the generator and the above ground controls to the pump station in the center of that parking lot. Now, what I can share with you about the parking space loss, that parking lot has 225 spaces. Based on this configuration with a generator, you would lose approximately 18 parking spaces for all of this. And to mitigate that, David Martinez with our CIP team, they rebuilt the Nikki Beach parking lot and opened it up at the end of last year. And I think they added 25 new spaces just recently has been opened. So the overall parking for the neighborhood wouldn't have a negative impact to where we can save impacting the green space. This is a graphic of how large the pump station and generator would be. Now, this graphic was designed when our consultant was on board and we were trying to locate this at the triangular shaped piece of property. We left it in the presentation just to give you an idea of its physical size because you've got the people in the picture to give you some scale. What makes this so large is all of the equipment has to be above the flood elevation. And so the platform that the equipment is sitting on is up about eye level or head tall for some folks. And then all the equipment's actually on top of that. So this overall structure could be about 13 feet tall maybe. And so we just wanted to show in here just how big it was. Now, when we were planning to locate it here, our idea was to do a vegetative screen, put a vertical screen there and have vegetation in it to soften the look for the neighborhood. But the property wasn't large enough to really surround it with landscaping like we thought we could do if we located it in South Point Park when that was our earlier recommendation. But we just wanted to leave this here to give you some concepts of what we were talking about. These pictures here are some photos that actually our city manager took when he personally toured the area and evaluated staff recommendations. And if you look at that top left-hand corner picture, this is the view of him standing very relatively close to where the above ground components would have been in the original recommendation and him facing towards government cut. And then of course the bottom left-hand corner pictures where he just simply turned around and took a picture of the continuum, the right top Portofino, right bottom apogee. Just did that to give you some concept of where we were actually talking about, where you could see it in exact pictures. Thought it was nice to use them. We added this slide to this presentation because at one of our most recent presentations, the question came up about green and blue infrastructure in the design of this project. So I thought it was very important when we're talking about the design of First Street is to remind everybody where we are on the green and blue infrastructure. You know, you see there where the Urban Land Institute delivered its advice to us back in 2018 for what we could do to improve our overall stormwater program. And if you remember, they told us they thought we did some things very well, but there were some things we could do better. And one of those things that they said was we could do better job with green and blue infrastructure. And that was in 2018 and mid 2018. So after the Urban Land Institute advised us of that, then in the summer of 2018, you, the commission, authorize staff to do an RFQ for a master design consultant for integrated water management, which we're actually going to hear later today, coincidentally. And so we spent the rest of 2018 soliciting engineering firms from all over the world. And ultimately, in November of 2018, you, the commission, selected Jacobs Engineering to do this integrated water management plan. And we got them under contract in 2019 to begin the work. And that's another agenda item today. But part of this task would be for Jacobs Engineering to use their integrated water management plan, which recognizes all of these things in the graphic, our water levels below the streets and how that has such a negative impact on drainage and how low it all is, and that we would be using all of these techniques in this project. I had mentioned to you that we had early on hired the consultant firm Wade Trim, and Wade Trim did a very fine job developing the concepts for this project, but we exhausted our work with them and we ended our relationship with them for this project. And it's our anticipation, if later today or at some point you accept Jacobs' recommendations that they're going to make, that we would enter into an agreement with Jacobs to design the First Street project using all of these elements. So I wanted to share that, most importantly, because I think there were some people that were concerned that maybe we weren't aware of these techniques or weren't including them, and very much we do plan to include those techniques. A lot of questions about the timeline. I'm going to run through it really quick. If you were to have approved both questions today, the pump station location and the streetscape, and we were able to engage the designers, then I'm giving you a rough timeline of we would do a 30% plan and back to the community, then a 60%, 90%. We'd be projecting sometime in the fall of 2021 having the final plans for this project approved by you, obviously, the commission. Then we would go for procurement of construction services, have a pre-construction meeting, start work in February of 2022 with a projected completion date of February 2024. That's all predicated on if it was approved today. So obviously, if we approve it in a month or 2 months or 3 months, that timeline slides. But that just gives you some idea from the time you approve it to when you can expect next action. So the benefits of the project, I won't read this to you. I'll just share with you. This is a drainage project. That's the genesis of the project and the purpose of the project. What we're looking to do is to eliminate the king tide flooding in that First Street area, and we're looking to provide a rainstorm event equal to a 10-year flood capability for the entire South of 5th neighborhood. We believe that the advantages to having a pump station at South Point Park is we already own the property. We think that's a big thing. We like having the outfall into Government Cut versus the marina. And one of the reasons, and I'll share that, I had a couple of people ask, is why the marina was so opposed to having the outfall in and around the marina. And I guess the biggest concern that they all have is it's recognized that these stormwater outfalls, it's fresh water often, and it's a very big attraction for manatees. And where you have stormwater outfalls, manatees tend to gather, and manatees and boats don't go well at the same place. And the marina operator was just incredibly opposed to having a new stormwater outfall anywhere near boats because they didn't want us to attract manatees in around those large boats for obvious reasons. That wouldn't go together. So having this pump station at South Point Park would eliminate that concern. Some of the common topics that we've heard at these meetings, this is an added slide to some of the meetings. Each meeting we went to, we took very diligent notes of what people said to try to find out, was there anything we weren't considering? So I wanted to run through these being the most common things we heard as staff. Would the project impact the views from the balconies? What I would tell you now is all of this equipment would be located below any balcony levels, and any views from say Portofino Towers, I'll use as an example, they could see the top of these equipments, but they would be looking over it. Right now, if you were at the Portofino Towers looking straight down, you'd be looking at that parking lot, and you would be looking at the top of these, whatever equipment, wherever we locate it. But I don't think there's any chance in the world that you would be interfering with their view corridor of the water. There was also a topic about could we put some kind of top on top or cover on top of this equipment to make it look better? And actually, we had not considered that, and it could be. We could put a roof over this equipment. In reality, we could build the entire pump station inside a building if we wanted to. And we thought, due to that question, we might make it part of the designer's task when we task a designer to give us some options there about how to make that look better. Would it look better with a roof on it? Would it look better in a building? Or does it just look better with vegetation? But certainly we heard the request. We think it's a very valid question about that. And so we wanted to tell you how we thought. There's been a lot of questions about smell. Will the pump station cause smell? What we will say to you is the station itself will not cause smell. There's actually a smaller station than this on Washington Street right at the end now. I was out there yesterday, as Commissioner Minor shared with you for our meeting, and there are no smells there. There shouldn't be any different smells there in the future than now. So we don't think that's a giant concern. However, stormwater in some places in our town does smell due to decomposition underground, organic matter that's rotting, and it gets in the stormwater, and it does have that smell in some places. I don't smell any around south of Fifth. I don't imagine why there would be. Sound was a question. How noisy would it be? The below ground pumps are electrical powered. They're very quiet. You normally can't even hear them running. The only thing that you would ever hear running is the electrical controls have a air condition unit that blows cool air over the electrical components in the control panel when it gets hot. It's not very loud. Actually, yesterday when I was out there walking, the fans coming from the parking garages on Washington Street are heard over the sounds of the fans running in the control panels on the pump station. So I think the noise levels are very, very minimal. It's really not a noise. It's barely detectable. I invite anybody to come to some of our other pump stations and let us demonstrate that for you to give you some comfort there that you know how it would be. Question about the transportation safety. Look, we would never, ever recommend any option that there was safety issues. We had our in-house transportation team plus consultant transportation engineers looking at all the different ideas people offered. We had 7 or 8 different options before we actually got to what we call option 1, and we never proffered anything forward that there were safety concerns. So I would say to you, option 1 or option 2 is safe, and there is no concern in that area. The location continued to be a question for the pump station. Why not the triangle? I've tried to explain that the triangle is a wonderful place for the pump, but there's nowhere for the outfall to go today. We do not own property rights to get rid of that water, and that's why we spent so much time there trying to obtain the property rights. We couldn't get it, and that's why we're at South Point Park recommendation. Question on the parking analysis came up actually before we got the new analysis results that I showed to you earlier. So now there has been a daytime analysis. The utilization rate isn't much different or any real material difference than the nighttime rate. And then you see the questions about the 24 parking spaces. Option 2 eliminates the 24 parking spaces. The process was questioned a lot, and that was why we added that timeline that I've already showed you, so I won't waste any time on that. The process going forward will be engage the designer, spend a year or so designing, procurement, and a couple of years construction. I said, let me bounce back. There was at the very last right-hand column, will it affect properties? That was discussion about property values. We have this here. I'm not going to read it to you. This was prepared by Amy Knowles, our Chief Resiliency Officer, in answering the question of will these projects hurt people's property values? And the answer is clearly a no, that they think they can clearly show that the negative impact of sea level rise is on property values, and that anywhere investments are made supports property values. There's lots of details on this that if anybody wants to get into, I know Amy is available and she's happy to answer those questions. I've added a slide for staff recommendations. Staff is recommending road design option 2. And I've listed you the highest prioritized reasons of why. And that is option 2 prioritizes pedestrians over vehicles per our transportation master plan. Our master plan has a modal hierarchy that says that pedestrians are priority. So this option gives you wider sidewalks, more ability for tree canopy, which is more pedestrian friendly. It also adds green space, which is all about our integrated water management plan that we want to do better in, and ULI said we needed to do better in, and that because of the parking rate utilization, we think the parking impacts are a reasonable thing. We're recommending you approve the pump station at South Point Park. All other locations aren't feasible for reasons we've talked about. I won't repeat those to you. Here's one extra little benefit for you to know. The pump station at South Point Park, there is sufficient space there that we can make sure that pump station is large enough to achieve a 10-year storm event for the entire South Point neighborhood. We were a little bit constrained on the triangular shaped park, that it was a possibility that when we finish there, a second pump station someday in the future might have been required. We can make sure that's not a problem at South Point. And then of course the outfall doesn't impact the marina. And then I'm prepared to answer any questions or hear any comments, but that's my presentation to you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that, Roy. And thank you to all the city administration folks spent so much time in the last month with vigorous outreach to the community. Thanks for the community members who also participated in a lot of good discussions. Colleagues, just a refresher where we're at. We're focused on this decision at this point about the First Street design. And I say that too to anyone who is queued up. I see there are a number of folks who are on the line, which is wonderful. Of course, at this point, what we're really focused on is option 1 and 2 on the First Street design. So if you have comments about that, those are especially appropriate for where we're at. And I would just say, once we decide what we want to do in that, we do need to sort of land on, a potential next step. So, Jimmy, I may come back to you at some point once we land on the street decision and see if you're going to have a recommendation or a thought from your team on where we go. So with that, let me see if any of my colleagues have any questions or comments at this point. I don't see any hands. So I think we're okay on that.
Okay, I'm back.
Mayor, you're back?
Good,
Okay,
good job.
Thank you, Mayor. They'll strike that from the record, though. So
The Republic is intact.
all right,
Hey,
you go for it.
Were you about to let in people to speak?
I was. That was what I
Okay.
think's and we've talked about that we're focused on the First Street design, but I gladly will hand the gavel back to you.
Okay, so listen, for those of you who want to speak, we're going to give you a minute each, but please understand, you can talk about anything you want to, but we're definitely not going to be making any decision on the pump today. That is deferred. You don't have to worry that we're trying to fool you. We're not. We're going to not vote on the pump today. I just thought it wouldn't be a bad idea for Roy to give you some more background from his point of view so that you could see some of his decision making. So with that, let's open up, and please, 1 minute per person. And I do want to let you know that it's going to be stopped at 1 minute. I would let you speak forever, but Ralph is going to stop you because he's not as nice a person as I am. So be angry with him if you're stopped mid-sentence. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mr. Grieco.
Great, wonderful. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Grieco. Hello, everybody. I'm going to keep it brief. Obviously, option 2, the only one drawback is the parking issue, which has been addressed. And just understand that A vote for option 2 is a vote for saving lives. It decreases the size of the street, increases pedestrian safety. The other option essentially provides for 2 20-foot travel lanes adjacent to residential properties, which is asinine. So, I appreciate everybody's support on this. I'm glad we're moving forward on it. And we did have a public town hall on this. There were a couple hundred people involved. Mailers were sent out, so it wasn't just electronically noticed. So it was good that everybody was able to chime in. The folks that did not chime in the first time, again, did not chime in. So at this point, we're ready to move forward. I'm excited that at least one decision is being made today. And I want to thank you for all your time that you put into this.
Thank you. Let's keep them coming. And PJ or Ralph, just recognize the speakers as they come in so we can keep it coming.
Yes, sir. Mr. Starkman.
Yeah, thank you. I want to really address also going forward, where are we going to go from here? And a few points. One, communication. I think we recognize communication was dismal up until about a month ago. The meetings that were held with condos were really with just a couple of buildings. And there was an individual who wasn't authorized by the board who was holding meetings. Second, and that I think also relates somewhat to the first street where there was confusion and perhaps a lot of people didn't have all the facts when they voted on the survey. Second, I think we need to look more carefully at blue-green options. The original design was done a couple of years ago. Since then, there's been advances in this area. Maybe I don't know if we can eliminate a pump station, but maybe we can do a lot more. The engineer for the Marina project has presented a number of ideas on blue-green that could probably apply to the rest of the neighborhood. Also, I think alternatives need to be looked at.
Thank you, Mrs. Starkman. John LaSalandra.
Good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for taking my question and having this very important meeting. I'll make this very quick. Please, I urge the mayor to listen to everyone today and don't put anybody off through an email. Listen to everybody's voices today. It's very important. I oppose the pump station. I know we're not voting on this, but I'm puzzled by some of the commissioners that didn't have all the answers, didn't even know where some of the pump station was going. So I'm concerned, and I think also the parking, whether it's choice A or choice B, I think we should defer that as well, because you can't make that decision without knowing where that pump station is going. And that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Katie. Katie, you're on and you're muted. Let's go with Jack then, because Katie, go ahead then. Katie, I saw that you unmuted. Let's go to the next caller, please. Jack, you're up. Jack F., please unmute yourself. Can we go with Robert Goodrich, please?
Yes, hi, it's Bob Goodrich. I'm at Portofino Tower, and I want to thank you all for providing time now for the residents in the South of Fifth area to have a little more personal input and a little more information on what's going on with the station. My concern is that we try to get it more in, I would say, what might be already commercialized areas, as opposed to areas that are more residential and recreational. And I will look forward to seeing how the discussions go and hopefully taking part in them. Thanks.
Next caller is call-in user 1.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for hearing this item again. Thank you, Commissioner Samuelin, for championing this project. We've talked about it so many times, so I won't repeat myself. I'm sorry. My name is Matthew Goltanoff. I live at the courts on First Street. I support option 2. I urge the commission to proceed on to design with the choice that prioritizes the pedestrian residents, families, and kids who live in the neighborhood with wider sidewalks, more green space, shade trees, and a more walkable urban neighborhood with a lower speed that is safer for all. Thank you.
The next caller is Sylvia Alvarez.
Hi, Sylvia Alvarez. I live at Murano at Portofino and also own a couple of units at 65 Washington Avenue that has 26 units. 11 of those residents have residential parking because the building only has 10 parking. Many of the buildings south of Fifth have no vendor parking and rely on the street parking. I walk down First Street every day and there's plenty of canopy from the trees on either sidewalk and in the median. So I wish you to please select option 1 and not eliminate any more parking spaces that are needed. Thank you for all your efforts.
The next caller is Keith Marks.
Yes, I'd like to thank the commission, mayor, and specifically Mark for considering the volume of inbound letters and holding this off on the pump decision. I do want to, on the street, I'm excited to hear from Roy that Jacobs Engineering is getting involved. My recommendation, and I've given some names. I've never been on one, but I would certainly like to be part of a Blue-Green Residents Advisory Board. I think it can serve 2 purposes. One is outreach, which is sorely lacking on this project, which will take our streets, not just on First Street, but from 5th and Alton, 5th and Washington, all the way down to the park and rip them up. If we're going to do that, why don't we also talk to Walter Meyer of Lola and engage him with Jacobs? Look at what they're doing at Marina Park. Look at raising the streets and making them porous, and then doing an analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. The next caller is Eric.
Hey, thank you for hearing me. I appreciate what you're doing here. I would like to see option 2, so it's a more walkable city. But everyone was giving a presentation before with all these common questions being answered. I'd appreciate if that can all be published in an email or something, because all those questions are very important. Thank you.
The next caller is Derek Chan.
Hi, I'm a Portofino resident, and I absolutely smell those pump stations on certain days. And the pumps that's going in is going to be a lot larger than the existing pumps. And regarding safety, you know, everybody talk about traffic safety, but let's talk about the pedestrian safety, park user safety. You know, you're building a facility that's going to be blocking people. People could hide behind those facilities. And at the same time, they could, you know, homeless people could sleep there. So you know, I know we're not supposed to be talking about the pump station, but I just want to, you know, put out my position. Thank you.
The next caller is with phone number 2127.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Olson, and I'm calling to urge you to please vote option 1. I have tenants that live near First Street and utilize the parking, and these tenants need their vehicles to travel to work, work in restaurants that serve the patrons in the area, and also our building does not provide for designated parking, so therefore this parking is essential to them. So please, I would urge you to vote option 1. Thank you for your time.
The next caller has phone number 6286. Your name, please.
Paula Allen. Hi, I'd like to say thank you all to the commissioner, the mayor, and the city staff that's worked on this project for so long. I am calling to support option 1 that keeps the 39 parking spaces and does not do away with 24 parking spaces to leave only 15 spaces to serve all of First Street residents and businesses. I also disagree with the parking studies that were done. I think they are terribly flawed, being done during a pandemic. The daytime study was done, encompassed, I think, 4 days that the beach was closed, and those days should be completely thrown out. The other days show 85% starting on the 7th of July, which is more realistic. And I know that y'all have been sent
Thank you,
other.
Ms. Allen. The next caller is Vivian Cruz. Vivian, you're on mute. Vivian, we're going to go then to the next caller. Raise your hand in a second again if you wish to speak again. PJ, can we go to Mr. Fishman? Oh. Mr. Fishman, you're on. You're on. Ms. Cruz, try again.
Okay, you muted me. Lincoln Plaza condo, 1400 Lincoln Road. I wondered there's a presentation for the Lincoln Road. I haven't seen any.
Roy, can you answer that question or?
But we're not on that item. That's a,
So that's not, there were some discussions listed in the agenda that were deferred. There's nothing today about Lincoln Road that will be coming back in September for discussion.
Thank you. Mr. Fishman, you're on live.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Alan Fishman. I'm the president of the Continuum South Tower Condominium Association. On behalf of the association, I want to thank those commissioners that have agreed to defer the pump station conversation till more facts are received. I want to stress, based on the 30 years of experience in the area of transportation and parking with the city of Miami Beach that I have, that the city at no time should be giving up sparse coveted parking spaces without an alternative plan in place. If you're going to take away 24 spaces or 18, they need to be accounted for somewhere else with new parking, not parking that was already built a year ago. And also, I think it's very important that the city reaches out using their online media and Tanya to reach all the citizens through your emailed city database so you can get everyone to give you their input and not just a few people who think they're representing the interests of all. I think we could do a lot more with reaching out to the citizens of Miami Beach, and we have the tools to do it with Tanya, and we should be doing it. Thank you very much.
The next caller is Wayne.
Hey, good afternoon. I love the southern accent of our administrator on this project. It made the whole presentation shorter. But I don't take a position on this either way, really. But I'm concerned about raising streets and the impact to property connected to the streets or streets further away, because, you know, the water flows to the lowest point. So, you know, before we make any moves, I think we need to really understand what the impact is. Additionally, I'm concerned that if we lose 40 parking spots between South Point Park and to First Street, that we're going to lose about $500,000 in revenue a year on income from the meters. So those two things need to be addressed, and I wish you well.
Thank you. The next caller is Frank Del Vecchio.
Frank Del Vecchio, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The engineers have advised us that the earliest the pump station could be operational, if the South Point Park location is chosen, is the end of 2024. It could be later. And the complications with any other location would undoubtedly extend that completion date. Since the First Street raising for installation of the drainage, huge drainage pipe, will not be functional without the operational
I think we lost Mr. Del Vecchio there. He had 30 seconds left. Mr. Del Vecchio, can you try again?
Yes.
I'm going to put the clock back at 30 seconds because we lost you there. Go ahead.
You are muted by host, it says. You are unmuted by host. Okay. The pump station will not be operational until the end of 2024 at the earliest and conceivably later. Should not the integration of the construction of First Street to place a stormwater drain pipe, which cannot function without the pump station, be timed to coincide so that both are completed on the same date? Does that not mean that we have time to integrate the decision of First Street with the
Mr.
pump
Debicki,
station?
I'm sorry, but you're out of time. I apologize. Next caller, please. Mr. John Rutherford. John, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you city officials for doing this. And I just particularly wanted to thank Roy. I thought his presentation was compelling on all aspects, Second Street and the pump, and really well thought through. And I think the city's lucky to have such a thoughtful engineer working on things. I've seen over the course of this, the designs become better and better. And I also like the idea of dropping the generator. I think that might help get people toward ease collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next caller is Michael Barno.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you, Raphael, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak for just a moment. I have two quick comments. One, I would appreciate an opportunity, or I would like to ask for Commissioner Sammerlin to have an opportunity to clarify his original three objectives. And I think he was pretty clear that the idea was to move forward with the project and let Jacobs Engineering get involved with the location of the pump station. What I mean, that kind of expertise on the location of the pump station might be very useful. There may be something we're not considering. And Mayor Gelber, with respect, I believe that you have described it as a deferral, and I don't think Commissioner Sammerlin intended it as a deferral in that way. So I would appreciate an opportunity for some more conversation about that. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Jack F. Jack, please unmute yourself. Jack, I'm going to go to the next caller. Please raise your hand. Jack, go ahead. I think you're on. No, okay, we're going to try the next caller, which is Cindy Esquivel. Cindy, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Cindy Esquivel. I live south of 5th. Thank you, Mayor and Commission, for the time that you've spent on this. And Mark, my concern is the information that was now just recently brought up with the change of option 1 to option 2. Option 1 for the last 3 years is what the city has proposed and spent thousands of hours on. Most concerningly, though, Paula and I and other residents noticed this week, is both of those traffic studies are flawed. How do we know this? A bunch of us did our own study, which I sent to the commission today. I strongly suggest you look at it because the numbers are inaccurate. We have pictures, we have full documentation. I sent all that to you in email, and the number during the day is about 84%. The night, which 5 spaces were left out and a bunch of days were not documented, is about 70%. And most importantly, the first study at night during the day showed that there was about a 90% scanning of residential decals. Thank you,
Miss. Thank you. Our next caller is Marta Trueba.
Hello, how are you?
I also have 2 apartments at 65 Washington Avenue with several tenants. I would go with option 1. We should be adding parking, not eliminating. Maybe the study wasn't done when the snowbirds are down. And also there's an alleyway behind the restaurants. Maybe that could have been an option as well to do any kind of work. And that's it. Thank you so much for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you. The next caller is Allison Herman.
Hi, sorry. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I wanted to thank the mayor and the commissioners for reviewing all the letters from Portofino. I am the president of Portofino Towers and Portofino South Point Master Association. So I'd like to thank you for reviewing our community's letters and taking that into consideration and delaying the pump station. I support the blue-green initiative, the infrastructure, and I think looking for a holistic and total solution is where our energies should be focused. I support Keith Mark's suggestion of a blue-green advisory group, and I believe we need to work together to find a long-term solution that cohesively and holistically benefits the neighborhood. And I think that Jacobs Engineering should be considered. They may be able to find alternative locations or for the pump station and or the generator that could cohesively make the community as a whole satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller has initials MBFLH. You're on air. Can you please state your name?
Renee Hover.
Go ahead.
I'm a resident of South of Fifth, and I would be opposed to putting it in South Point Park. My concerns are that you've created a beautiful gym in South of Fifth. Our South Point Park is our jewel down here. By putting in this pumping station, you're going to diminish that. I've also heard that the generators are run by diesel. I'm concerned about that. With the park being our green space and also with the children's playground area and the wind blowing, what will be the impact of the diesel in that area? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Rick Kendall.
Hi, everybody. I'm calling because the city seems to not know that you can't place things in our parks that are larger than 1,500 square feet without a countywide referendum. Voters in Miami Beach about 20 some odd years ago voted to be covered by the Parks Amendments to the county charter that restricts any construction in a park of any structure like this over 1,500 square feet. So this is a charter violation. So please look into that. There are no exemptions for pump stations in that charter amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last caller ends in 5095. Please state your name.
Hi, Christina Vega. I'm the owner of 65 Washington Avenue condo. I would like to vote for number 1 because first of all, our building doesn't have enough parking spaces even for half of the residents. And second, during the events like spring break or Art Basel events, there are huge crowds in the south of Fifth of tourists, of spring breakers. And by the time I walk to the beach, I get to stop by 3 or 4 cars asking if I have a parking spot. So it's just not enough parking spots the way it is. Thank you.
Okay, that's it, right?
Well, we now have 2 more callers if you want to do those 2 and then we stop.
Yeah, let's get them. Let's get those late to the party folks. They can.
So Susie, please. Susie
Hi,
Shell.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, so hi, my name is Susie Scher. I am an owner in the courts, which is south of Fifth. Entrance and exit is on First Street. And I happen to use one of the parking spots that's on First Street, and I would still like to vote for option 2. I think that it's safer for children to have more space to walk and less cars driving past them. That's it.
Thank you so much. Our last caller is Ms. Boriana Atanasova. Go ahead, please. You're on mute.
Hello. Hi, my name is Buriana Atanasova. I have two apartments in 65 building on the 65 Washington Avenue. And I'm for option one because we really need parkings around it. So the parkings already are limited. And so I just want.
Thank you so much. And that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, let's get this thing queued up. Thank you all. And let me just say to all of the, everybody, I served in the legislature for 10 years. And if we had a huge issue like on reproductive rights, I'd get 3 people calling me in 6 months. And in local government, people really care about what's outside their door. And I just want to say to all of the callers, to all the people who wrote emails, this is contentious because it is sort of personal, but I really do actually want to commend everybody for being both in understanding and very polite. And I think that's the way it should be always. But in this particular issue with regard to these issues in South Point, the residents really were exceptional, even when they were unhappy with the way this happened. So thank you all for that. Okay, Commissioner Sandlin, I know there's a question one of the callers, Mr. Baranow, actually raised. You do want to defer, not or at least move till another date, the pump issue. That we've already agreed to do that, right?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. And I know right now we're focused on the First Street decision. I do want to, before we close the item, just agree on next steps. And it was my intent that we would continue making progress with this project, whether it's bringing in Jacobs, whether we would do it in-house. But I mean, I think we need a path forward for that. But right now on First Street, let me just summarize. It's a tough call. I absolutely have listened carefully to both sides. But at the end, I am going to support option 2. That is the recommendation of our professional city administration. There was a survey done south of 5th, and that was the recommendation coming out of land use.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Richardson, your hand is up, and we're talking about the issue.
Thank you. After listening to the comments, and I just want to say, Mayor, yeah, I have the same reaction that you do in terms of the sometimes the outreach that we would get in the legislature on an important issue that would affect people statewide. We'd get a few comments, and we've gotten literally hundreds of emails on this, and I think I appreciate all the community engagement. It's really wonderful. So I just have a couple of questions after the comments. So I heard a couple of times Jacobs Engineering is involved. And so I want to know, has Jacobs been engaged on this project yet? Or do they have a contract right now? Or what's the status of that?
Okay, Roy, I'm going to recognize you because apparently you now have a cult following in South.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Richardson, to answer your question, Jacobs Engineering is currently under contract with the city where we hired them to develop our integrated water management plan. And that contract would allow for us to develop a future task order such as this. As of today, no outside consultants are under specific task orders to work on the South of 5th project. We've spent about $450,000 to date on outside consultant fees at the conceptual level, and we ceased all outside work until we could gather the components, being the pump station location, the streetscape design, and then it was our intention, once we had those pieces of information, is to negotiate a task with Jacobs, since they are the commission selected water management consultants, for them to then design this project for us. So to answer your question, they're not under task today.
Oh, that's what I thought. I just want to clarify, but you're saying that our existing contract, we could issue a task order to have them design this if we so chose to do so, right?
Yes, sir. We just have to negotiate the scope, and we have positioned that it's not advantageous for us to attempt to negotiate that scope with Jacobs until we can give them all the information. Otherwise, they don't really know how to price it.
Right. Now, my next question is, I know that we talked a month ago that the initial recommendation from the administration was option 1, and it got changed. The recommendation got to change to option 2. So I would like to know why the administration changed their position.
Well, as I had shared with you in the presentation, when we first started developing this, there were probably 7 or 8 options. And then we got to one that we thought the community supported, realizing that staff was trying to design it to suit the neighborhood at the time, and we thought we had. Then when residents started saying they really weren't on board with that design, and we came up with option 2, and we recognized its advantages with the modal hierarchy and recognized it gave us some opportunities to capitalize on our new blue and green infrastructure plan, we thought that would be the best choice.
And you based part of your decision on the survey that was done by SOFNA?
Not the survey, sir. What I would say to you is at the land use committee's direction to go to SOFNA and present to them, we asked SOFNA for a recommendation, and SOFNA president did send us emails, and they did recommend option 2. How they got to option 2 recommendation wasn't material to staff. We just were following land use direction to get their input. But yes, SOFNA's recommendation certainly mattered to us, as all stakeholder input does. So yes, it had an impact.
Thank you. And one of the callers said that option 2 will save lives. And so I want to know, and I don't know if the police chief's on here, but have there been any accidents involving children, or have there been any deaths on this street where, obviously public safety is always a concern, but, sometimes we know specific areas in the city where pedestrians have more difficulty. So I'm just wondering if we know if there have been any serious accidents involving anyone, including pets.
Well, I would have to defer to the police chief for that, because he might know something that I don't know. What I can say to you is both of those options that staff brought forward were vetted by our professional in-house engineers, both transportation, parking, civil engineers, as well as our consultant engineers. Either design that we brought forward for an option, we consider safe and are very comfortable saying they are safe, either design.
But Commissioner, if Jose is on, Jose might, or transportation might have an opinion and might have some knowledge about any issues that have come up on that street as well. Jose, are you on?
Thank you.
No.
So yeah, I had not heard of any accidents specific to that street. And that's important. Public safety is very, very important. Is Jose there? I don't know. I heard some background.
I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
How are you, Commissioner?
Good. Thank you.
Commissioner, I don't have the date in front of me. However, we are not aware of any serious accident, fatality, if that's what you're referring to. With regard to when we look at First Street and whether with the median configuration or without the median configuration, what I recall from the median configuration is that a lot of people are making U-turns because the median is there today. The U-turns are allowed. U-turns will be allowed even without the median there under option 2. U-turns will also be allowed, and a lot of the U-turn movements were actually not very legal movements. They were valet operators that were using certain intersections to make U-turns and basically reduce cut their route. But I'm not aware of any fatality, let's say there on First Street.
Yeah, thank you. And I just got a text saying that there was no knowledge of any accidents. But so this is, someone has maybe somebody can mute. Someone has their phone on. We're hearing Perfect. So let me go ahead and tell you where I'm at. So this is a really tough call, but we have to make a decision because we're going to decide today. Now we're learning that the possibility of the pump going into that parking lot is going to lose 18 spaces. This is 22 spaces. That's 40 spaces. In our conversation this morning revolving the parking department, one of the things that that the employees complained about was the city was taking away their parking spaces and there's less opportunity for revenue. And then we criticized them because the parking department's not pulling in enough revenue. Parking continues to be a problem. You know, I don't know everything that happened with the outreach, but one of the things that concerned me is the results, the use of the results of the SOFNA email study, because I don't think it was fair just to have input based on an email study. And I think that there should have been input that allowed people to vote, if you will, in another option. We have many people, especially our seniors, that don't have the ability to vote online. So the parking really concerns me a great deal, and I don't want to give up the parking in that area. Now, if I really thought that option 2 would give me better public safety, then I would support that. But there are reasons that option 1 also can be argued has better safety. And that is, you know, I learned in the Alton Road project that when you have medians, it has a way of calming traffic. So two lanes of traffic without a median tend to be busier than 2 lanes divided by a median, and the median calms traffic. And that's why in Alton Road, we had many residents. Remember, that project was actually redesigned with the bulldozers on the street, and we had many residents pushing for a more pedestrian environment, and they pushed to have a median. They wanted medians all the way down Alton Road. The business community did not want medians all the way down the road because people needed to make turns to go into businesses. So what we have on Alton Road right now was a compromise situation between the business community and the pedestrians. And I know that because I was heavily involved in negotiating block by block by block where the medians would be. So option 1 has medians. The other thing that troubles me about option 2 is that there are no designated bike lanes. And we're encouraging people to ride bikes more and more and more. And I like the idea of option 1 having a dedicated bike lane. I also like the medians. You know, if anyone could convince me that option 2 provided better public safety than option 1, then of course I would go with that. But given that I don't think that's true, I'm in favor of saving the parking spaces. This is 22 spaces plus potentially 18 spaces we're going to lose. It's potentially 40 spaces to be lost in that community, and I'm not willing to support that. So put me down in the category of option 1. Thank you.
This is exciting. We're at 1-1. Anyone else want to be heard? Because
Mayor, I'm back. Mayor, I'm back.
Okay, we'll get to you if you want to speak. That's great. I didn't tell anyone you weren't here, but now I guess they know. Commissioner Minor, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna echo some of what Commissioner Richardson said. This is a tough one, and he asked most of the questions that even more than I was thinking, but every question that I was thinking of. So I won't rehash that. There's a lot of merits to option 2. That's what makes it so difficult. But I am concerned about the parking spaces. I'm a very data-driven person, so which is why at the last meeting I wanted to see a more robust parking study, and thank you for doing that. And I appreciate it. I don't doubt the data, but I also have to rely on my real world experience. And my experience is that when I go down there, I have trouble finding parking. I just do. It's very difficult for me. And I can't imagine, as Commissioner Richardson said, if we're taking away 20 plus spaces and maybe even 18 more, what that's going to lead to. And I'm concerned for the residents who rely on that parking, for the businesses who rely on cars parking. So that's what makes it tough. And it's not just I actually asked my aide, for example, told me the same thing. Actually, some staff who who are involved in this project, I won't name names, told me that they have trouble finding parking down there at times. So just for those reasons, and also I agree also with, there is some merits also with the dedicated bike lanes, the median, but the parking spaces really takes it over the top for me. So I'm option one.
Okay, so right now option one has 2 votes and option 2 has 1 vote. I'll tell you where I am, just because I could wait till the end, but I figure now and again I ought to not be that guy. You know, I really see a lot of similarity in both sides. It's very close, which is why I hate when our commission has to make these decisions. It seems to me that's why you have staff. That's why you hire people, notwithstanding where they're from, like Roy, who have expertise in this area. Nothing against Alabama, but we live in Florida. But, you know, so I don't really like us having to make these kinds of decisions, because I think none of us really do exactly what the staff does. And so long as we force them to do their due diligence and the proper outreach, which they have now done on this, and talking to everybody, I think that's what's important. And I think they've done it. So I almost reflexively will follow the staff's recommendations on one of these decisions. And I'm not going to change that now, even though Cindy Esquivel made some very strong arguments to me, and I hate to disappoint her, but I'm going to support option 2 because Roy has made a case. And I think Commissioner Richardson, you asked a good question as to whether or not it was from the survey or whether it was also substantive. And I feel like they've made an argument that although the SOFNA survey was sort of what got them going, at the end of the day, the administration's position substantively is the blue-green approach is what our city's doing now. And I understand the parking lots is an issue, parking space is an issue, but I also don't know how many will be gone. We'll consider that when we do the pump, if we even have a generator, a pump station. But I think that the blue-green issues are the most important for me. But most importantly is just to follow our professional staff's recommendations. So now it's 2-2 and growing very exciting. Commissioner Ariola wants to weigh in and break the tie.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because I cast my vote for option 2 earlier. Was I the one that you were counting, or am I breaking a tie?
Commissioner Samuelin and you and we are now a group of 3.
Okay.
But very good group of 2 on the other side. So they're good people. There's good people on both sides of this. Okay. All right.
Do we have to like people that we disagree with? Is that the new rule?
Are you, Commissioner, like, do you want to speak, or you want to just let us know you want to know that you were part of where the vote was, right?
Yeah, I'll take my hand down.
Okay, Commissioner Steinberg, you were up and then down. Commissioner Gongora, we need to. It's 3-2 now. I'm gonna call the vote if you don't want to speak.
I'll just say real quick, because I can't stay on too much longer. Just my thoughts on this. I think there were a lot of really good things that were said. I'm curious to see what my colleague Commissioner Gongora says. You know, parking is important. I'm not sure why some of the buildings aren't allowing vendors to park inside their buildings, therefore pushing them to use the street parking for residents and patrons. But however, all that being said, because parking is important, as a city, we've kind of started evolving, and much of our mission is really to prioritize in this order: pedestrian, bicycle, and then cars. And we're trying to fit into that narrative. And staff is recommending option 2. So I give option 2 that slight edge, but honestly, for me, fine with either option. You know, we can build consensus and get there, because at the end of the day, I'm just happy we're moving the project forward. So, you know, I maybe a slight edge to option 2 for those reasons, but parking is important. So I want to make sure we address, if we do go with option 2, what parking would be lost and how we make up, especially for those going to Rebecca Towers and so forth.
Thank you. I was sort of hoping you were option 1, just so Michael could have a more exciting moment. Commissioner Gongora, it's there are 4 have gone option 2, 2 option 1. Are you don't have Jimmy? Do you have the you can be heard, obviously. I don't see your hand up. Jimmy, do you have the instruction you need on this?
Well, if in fact it's 4, I mean that is the direction, I guess. for
So
this, yeah.
Let's make that, that's fine then. So for those of you, what just happened is we agreed on option 2. Thank you all, by the way, for the participation.
We should give, if Commissioner Gongora wants to, I mean, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to, we should give him the option. If he wants to be heard on the item, so. It's only fair, right? We don't want to cut him out.
No,
I don't mind speaking up very briefly. It's been a very long item, both today and both over the past many months at very many committee meetings and public charrettes. I guess in a way, I'm lucky that everybody voted before me because option, I forgot which one you guys wanted, option 2 passed already 4-2, so my vote wouldn't change anything. I actually was really paying a lot of attention to Commissioner Richardson's points, and I thought you did a very good job on this item of pointing out the reasons for the other item. I'm also extremely concerned about the removal of the parking. I want to make sure that at least since this item passed already, it seems, with the removal of the parking, which I'm not happy about, that we look for a way to replace that as part of the Marina Park project. But I don't like to waste my breath speaking about something where my vote's not going to matter. So there you go.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next item. It's late in the day, but I think we can move some of these fast, although I want to hear Jacob's. We have to do R7B.
Mayor, can I just be recognized for a second before we close out here?
On R7B or R7A?
Yep, R7B. As I said, I did want to, before we left this item, I did want to close out with, our potential next steps. I heard Jacob's name. I've heard about integrated water planning. If we want to advance this project, that is a logical step, was we could work with Jacobs, bring them in, have them look at the blue-green, have them look at the generator / pump location, work closely with residents. I love the idea, of having some sort of resident advisory. That's a clear next step if the administration wants to proceed forward here. If not, I'm not sure that we're going to be in a much better place 2 or 3 months from now. So that would be my leaning. Jimmy, do you have a strong thought on that being the next step or another next step?
Well, look, clearly we want to bring a decision on the pump station sooner rather than later, right? And so I think I don't see any reason why we can't get Jacobs involved to look at that issue, to help us with it, even if it's not necessarily the full design of a design criteria package at this point, to provide some insight into that. That'll also give us some time to do some more outreach and answer some of those questions. Because I did see a lot of the emails that I got were supportive of the project as a whole, didn't feel that they had enough information about the location and wanted to get some more information. So I think we can, even though we've done a lot in the last 2 weeks, it was all very rushed. I think we can do more of that, answer some of those questions, because I think Roy put forward some very strong reasons why we think that location makes sense. But we can kick the tires one more time and with Jacob's help. So I think there's at least some merit to sort of, if you direct us to go down that path. But I'd like to try to, in a 60 to 90 day period, bring some finality to the pump station decision so that we haven't lost that much time, so that the timetable that Roy showed you is only impacted by 2 or 3 months. I don't think we need that much more time because we've done a lot of due diligence on these sites. I don't think the public knew that. So I think with some communication and getting Jacobs involved, looking at this stuff, perhaps we can, in 60 to 90 days, get some finality on the pump station so we can then really get going.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson, we got to move, guys, by the way. Let's go ahead, Commissioner Richardson, because we've gone through one item.
Yeah, I'm going to be really brief. I just, because of sunshine, I can't, I need to do this here. So in listening to all the comments on the pump station, as you're looking for other options, I would just ask, right now what's presented is to have that footprint in the middle of that parking lot. And I would just ask that you all look at putting the possibility of putting the pump against the northernmost part of that parking lot, which would not be like a big box in the middle of the parking lot, but lined along the northern edge, and it may be less imposing. So And it may not work, and we don't need to comment on it now, but I would just ask you to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to move to the next item, and it's R7B. Well, you want to call that up?
Yes, sir. R7B is Adopt Unified Regional Sea Level Rise Projection 2019 update.
By the way, Mayor, we're going to defer R9A at this point. The consultants, I think, so that's one less item because we're almost at 5 o'clock. So we can bring that back another day.
Let's at least get R7B and then let's get to Jacobs, right? So go ahead. Who's taking it?
This is Amy Knowles, Chief Zero. I'm Mayor and Commissioners. The item before you is to adopt the most recent sea level rise projections. They were released by the Southeast Florida Climate Change Compact, and the city actually previously had adopted projections back in 2016. As you all know, flooding is one of our top stresses. It's a shock, and planning for sea level rise is very important. Also in 2018, the Commission passed a resolution directing us to collect on an annual basis certain tidal data and to report them to you along with the compact. So the city is actually very fortunate to have localized projections, and the 2019 projections were presented to you in January for discussion purposes with one of the lead experts as well. And so they have since released the full documentation, and that is attached to the commission item. And also on the line today, if you have any technical questions, we do have Dr. Jayantha Obesakara, who co-led the actual production with a team of experts. And he's also really a local expert. We're fortunate to have him. He comes from the district. Now, a little bit about why sea level rise projections are so important for South Florida and for Miami Beach. As we all know, Miami Beach is very, very close to sea level. It's incredibly important to be using the best available science for the city's policies and design standards. So as you can see right here on this diagram, the city has the lowest elevation on the west. And as you go to the east on the Atlantic side, it goes up to about 11.4 feet. So it's incredibly low, and any foot in rising seas inches really affects our ability to address flooding now and in the future. It also informs a lot of the things that we do. Last year, we adopted a comprehensive plan that has goals and objectives to utilize these projections. Our strategic plan calls for a modern and resilient infrastructure and to implement holistic resilience. And then all these new regulations that we have been passing, ranging from higher first floor to seawalls, are taking into account sea level rise. And then the items today, of course, on the agenda, Jacobs, the Resilience Code, sea level rise guidelines for historic properties are all really rooted in this. So incredibly important for us to have this basis. So sea level has actually been rising for thousands of years. NOAA does maintain a national water level observation network, and the network includes about 200 permanent water level stations. The line on the top actually shows the Virginia Key Station. The line on the bottom, the graph on the bottom, shows the Key West gauge. So this is just important to show that, you know, there is fluctuation annually, there's fluctuation daily, but as you can clearly see over the last 100 years, we have had sea level rise. We're looking at about a foot in the last century. Interestingly, we've seen acceleration in the last decade with about 3 to 4 inches. So that's a pretty recent acceleration there. So getting on to the future, we know that it's a bit different than what we've experienced in the past. So the graphic in front of you is the actual projection. It has slightly higher curves overall than the one that was published in 2015. And that's given the rate of ice sheet melt and the incorporation of more regional effects. There are 4 curves on here. So again, there's a range, but scientists have confidence and consensus on using the bottom 3 curves for planning purposes. Depending on the specific situation kind of dictates which curve you would use as a planner and where in those curves. So it depends on sort of the lifespan of the infrastructure, how much risk tolerance you have for flooding, if the infrastructure can be adjusted. So I like to say sort of the bottom lines are probably fine for things like equipment and playground equipment and parks and things like that. But where you're dealing with concrete infrastructure like roadways or emergency facilities, you're going to want to use one of the higher curves. So all that guidance is in the projection. And then Jacobs is actually going to address when they present how they're using this for overall planning. So in the short term, all the curves are a little bit different, but by 2040, sea level is expected to rise 10 to 17 inches. By 2070, in the next 50 years, expected to rise by 21 to 54 inches. And then there's that newer long-term projection, 100 years from now, it will be from 40 to 136 inches. And then that very top curve that you see is really just meant to illustrate sort of the dangers that we could face if we have kind of a worst case scenario in greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the projections are important because obviously higher sea levels result in higher nuisance flooding and king tides. The picture that you see before you, I personally took, it's a picture of North Beach, and this was just in last fall's king tides. So, you know, most of Miami Beach and a lot of South Florida really was built well before we have this good information. So we really don't want to repeat that. And as we do have the ability to invest in our city, we have the ability to plan for this. Again, also helpful for water and sewer breaks, sanitary sewer overflows, water delivery, and reducing the risk of damage. So as we update, this helps us make sure our investments are smart. You know, just making sure we have also another view of all this is our economic resilience. So we have to be able to financially adapt to climate change and sea level rise. Last spring, when we interacted as a city with the bond rating agencies, we were asked several questions about our ability to address climate change risks. And quite frankly, if our projects were working. So it's really important for us to use the best science and engineering. And we were able to highlight that and talk about these good things like the compact and the use of the sea level rise projections in our work. So in closing, before you, we have for you approval today, the most recent sea level rise projections. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me see. We got Samuelin, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I am absolutely going to support this today. I think it's wonderful that we have a regional approach. I think it's wonderful that we're listening to the best engineering and science. I do want to just highlight a couple numbers that jumped out at me that were shared just as we keep moving forward. So again, we've had a foot in the last 100 years. That's about an inch a decade. So real world, 1 inch of sea level rise per decade. Noted that there has been some recent signs of acceleration. And two, that the projections over the next couple decades actually call for a 400 to 500% increase over what we've been experiencing. I think we've seen from the COVID pandemic that we need to be very careful with our models, that we need to monitor and scrutinize them, and that sometimes we've got to really focus on the real world data. With that, I am happy to support this today.
Okay, can I, without objection, show it's supported? Very good. Okay, let's move to the next item. I think we're getting into Jacobs now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the next item is R7C1, accept Jacobs Engineering Blue-Green Stormwater Infrastructure Concept Plan. C2, accept Jacobs Engineering's Road Elevation Strategy, Sea Level Adaptation Projects. And C3, accept Jacobs Engineering's Neighborhood Project Prioritization Methodology Results.
Okay. So who is going to be, is Mr.
Mayor,
Jacobs here?
Mayor, I'll be happy to start this and then turn it over to the Jacobs team. In my previous item, I discussed how we ended up hiring Jacobs, so I will not repeat that for the sake of time. What I will say is they began this task in the early time of 2019. We entered into an agreement with them that they were going to provide us 3 deliverables. That is to develop a concept plan for blue and green infrastructure, evaluate the city's road raising strategy, and to develop a size and sequencing priority of projects evaluation. They have done that. You have seen their work. They have gone through a number of public meetings, and Matt Alvarez and his team are here today to give you a presentation on those 3 items for your consideration that we are recommending that you adopt and make those a part of the city's stormwater master plan. So if Matt is on board, I can get Matt to take over and share his screen and provide the information for consideration.
Okay, and these are all 3 items, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Matt, nice to see you again. Let's get the screen shared and take us through this.
Again, thank you, Roy, for the introduction. And again, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. So I'm assuming we can have the presentation started here.
Yeah, and let's get to the meat of it, since
You got it.
It's like, you don't have to tell us how good you guys are. We've already hired you.
Well, actually, what I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, is thank you for all the kind words about Jacobs and the pump station item. That was certainly made myself and the team smile. So again, for those on this call and meeting here, my name is Matt Alvarez. I'm the Miami-Dade Jacobs Vice President and also the manager for this very important project. So on behalf of Jacobs and our entire team is actually very, very excited to be presenting these results, as Roy mentioned, for commission action. So we can go ahead to the first slide. Thank you. And so our agenda for today is to cover the final results and recommendations for commission approval. And these include the neighborhood project prioritization, the road elevation strategy, and the blue-green stormwater infrastructure concept plan. And what's important to note about those three, what you're going to hear, some of the getting to the meat of it, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, in the neighborhood prioritization, we'll be showing how we evaluate more than 400 capital projects for the city from different planning documents across the enterprise. We're going to be showing how we applied 11 criteria and developed that prioritized list that you saw back in January. And we'll be showing you those first 5 projects that we're recommending and how they have a good geographic spacing across the city and cover a very nice range of projects to get started on this implementation. Again, we'll cover the road elevation strategy. What you'll note there is it's a flexible, not a one-size-fits-all approach. And the concepts and the policies are all in accordance with the Southeast Florida Climate Compact. So you'll see there's a definitely a good application of different roads, require different level of service. And we have captured that, as well as making sure harmonization is also flexible. And then thirdly, we'll cover the blue-green stormwater concept plan. And the main take-home item there is we'll be discussing the applications as they're relevant to the city of Miami Beach, but also more importantly, we'll be discussing how they are limited in terms of their application on funding flooding and stormwater. However, we'll be discussing the high impact that blue-green has on improving water quality prior to discharge to Biscayne Bay. And those are kind of 3 take-home elements. Then we'll discuss, of course, the next steps are to integrate the blue-green that was discussed a lot on the prior agenda item. So very exciting to be hitting that step, incorporate the new standards, and of course, begin the design criteria packages. And this is very good, just as we discussed for the pump station. So next slide. And then a quick context in terms of the introduction. This compiles 10 months of work on blue-green road raising and the neighborhood prioritization. And the work performed, as I mentioned, utilized existing city studies, plans, and analyses from the past several years and was updated and revised as necessary to these next steps. The input for this work was very diverse from a number of sources: Public Works Department, the Manager's Ready team, the public, residents, as well as the City Commission. And this final work product does reflect our final recommendations. And as we begin to do the presentation, I want to make 2 notes that many of these slides will look familiar. The Commission saw these slides in January in the workshop. The only updates to these are for some of the comments that were received by the Commission in January, and those areas are updated, but much of this you have already seen has been presented to you. We have Joe Rosa, who will be beginning the technical presentation, and he's our Director of Sustainability and Resilience for Jacobs, and he has worked very hard on these deliverables. And again, we want to go to the meat of it, stay at a high level, but just in case we have some detailed technical questions or needs, we do have Dr. Lawrence Vandertak, our technical director for the project, on standby in case we got to get to anything a little more detailed. So with that, I'll hand it over to Joe, and he can begin the presentation with prioritization. Oh, we went a little far there. You got to come up a little bit. Like you should be like slide 4.
Joe, if you're here, can you please hit the raise your hand icon so we can be able to identify you?
Can you hear me okay now?
Perfect. Oh, perfect. Just give me one moment. Let me bring up the presentation back for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're on slide 5.
Slide 5, great.
And Joe, if you can state your last name, I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Yeah, no problem. It's Joe Raza. There we go. Thank you so much. So the first task that we're going to talk about is the neighborhood prioritization. And the goal here was to produce an objective and transparent methodology for prioritizing sections of the city for DCP development. And if you look at the table on the right, it's an indication of the, how we put higher and lower weights on certain projects and certain project benefits. We developed these with the Jacobs expert panel, as we've said in the past, and we did also consider community input on that. Just a real quick high level discussion of those weights. You can see that flood risk reduction and public safety benefits obviously rank the highest. Then the provision of critical city services such as sanitary sewer and stormwater management come in just below public safety. Economic development and environmental benefits are important, and they kind of fit in the middle there. And you'll notice that pedestrian and bicycle mobility edged out traditional road projects a little bit there in the weights. And then the point on aesthetics is that, at 35%, we're only using that to determine the order of the projects, but it's important we all understand that aesthetics is going to be an important part of all city projects going forward. So as Matt indicated, we applied the methodology to over 400 capital projects. That does include 64 road elevation projects that we did some analytics on and identified projects that to conform with the new policy, the recommended road elevation strategy, you would need to look at these different project areas. So we did multiple scenarios. The two that we're talking about that we've advanced for discussion has been to prioritize solely based on flood risk. And then the second would be to prioritize areas based on flood risk as well as water and sewer delivery. And for reasons that we've gone into detail in the past, we're recommending that we proceed with the combined scenario of flood risk with water and sewer. Simply stated, the primary reason is that resilience includes stormwater, but it also has to include aging infrastructure and the supply reliability of city services. So that's just in a nutshell how we approached it. If we go to the next slide, you can see the results. And we're looking at slide 6, thanks. So
can you go back one slide, please? I'm sorry.
No problem, sir.
So just so we all understand, you've got the emergency is how badly it's flooding right now, or sort of how acute the challenge is.
Yeah, it's based on the capital projects that are themselves based on the level of flooding that's happened in the city. So it does look through your priorities through the lens of how you've gotten your project set up. And with the road raising projects, it looks at the criticality of flooding. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the results. If you can see there, we've got a legend at the bottom that gives you the sort of the overall order of how we recommend that you proceed. The yellow dots are indicating, where the top 5 are. But if you look at the list of top 5, the first thing we want to point out is that you see West Avenue and Bay Road in the list as number 3. We don't include that in our top 5 for recommended DCPs because that project is already underway. And we scored it, and it was really good for us to see that our prioritization approach is really aligned with city priorities. It was a bit of a validation point for us. But since that project is proceeding, it's not, we're not recommending that as one of the first 5 DCPs. So if you look at what we're recommending, we've got Normandy Isles A on the north side. You've got Oceanfront A and B along the Atlantic side. And then you've got Flamingo Loomis C and G, and you can see the yellow dots indicating there. So those would be the first 5 DCPs that we would recommend proceeding with. It is incidental, but it is a positive that we've got a good spread across the city geographically. I think that's good. And second of all, you've got a scenario that's more residential in nature. Then you've got sort of the Atlantic coast with the condos. And then in the south, you've got, mixed commercial and residential with, historic architectural considerations. So we've got a lot of different scenarios. So we can get going with these. And have some good winds in these areas, and we'll also be dealing with a range of scenarios across the city. So these are our recommended first 5 DCPs. If we want to proceed to the next slide, please. Yep, and the next slide after that, sir. Yeah, so we're just moving on to the road elevation. So as everybody knows, the prior policy, or existing policy, I should say, is 3.7 feet at the Crowner Road. Our recommendation is a little more nuanced. As Matt mentioned, it's got some flexibility built into it in 2 ways. One is we've got a different standard for different types of roads, so emergency versus major and local roads. And it considers flood safety and passability of the roads during tidal flood events. It looks at the road service life, and it looks at the important issue of harmonization. So as Amy Knowles pointed out, we are using the latest 2017 sea level rise projections from the Southeast Regional Florida Compact on Climate Change. That was all used. We're recommending the higher standard for emergency roads, which has a little more sea level rise in it, and the intermediate high for both major and local roads. So you can see we're also factoring in, road design considerations such as road thickness and minimum clearances, et cetera. But the upshot at the end of the day is for emergency roads, it would be a 4.8 foot elevation. And for the major and local roads would be 3.9 feet. And we're also recommending that, for structural integrity and keeping the road base, out of the groundwater for the most part, the bottom of the road base be at least 2.9 feet or higher. So the recommendation is consistent, the way we're applying it is consistent with the compact. So that would be what we recommend as far as the road elevations go. If we want to proceed to the next slide. Thank you. So, obviously harmonization is a huge issue. And so, the strategy has a very, overt tier in dealing with harmonization. This shows a couple of examples in terms of driveway slopes and coordination with adjacent structures. As Matt says, we want to emphasize this is not a one size fits all. It's very tailored. We've got different levels of service for emergency roads versus the major and the local. It accommodates, constraining harmonization issues. The city engineer can use this and has flexibility to lower the road on a case-by-case basis when there's extreme harmonization challenges. So there are some objective criteria that are being used there in terms of road, driveway slopes, which are keeping them within FDOT standards, et cetera. So a lot of flexibility there. But with this road elevation strategy where we've gone through this process, we are ready now to build it into the DCP process and get moving on those design criteria packages. If we can go to the next slide.
Excuse me, Joe, if I may, could you stay on that slide for a second?
Yes, sir.
This Mark, I just wanted to ask, first off, I appreciate that we have got, you now have taken into account harmonization and the private properties. One of the things I would like to know is if we could incorporate something as it relates to cost and aesthetics and flood risks. As I looked at the document, I didn't see that we could use a harmonization approach based on those type of criteria. And I worry a little bit about that there's not a cost factor, there's not a factor if there's aesthetics like trees, and I didn't see anything explicit about flood risk. Would welcome your comment.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, our kind of guiding principles as we tier down is, we want the roads to be passable during certain tidal events. So that level of service was critical, right? You want emergency roads to be in service most of the time, obviously, and then we stepped it down a little bit from there. So our guiding principle was really on public safety and flood risk and making sure that the roads are passable when they need to be passable. So, I mean, that's like the main thing. And we do accommodate the ability to drop the roads, but as you drop the roads, depending on groundwater levels and things like that, you're going to have problems with the road. So generally speaking, we do expect that the lower the road, if it's not properly hardened, and hardened makes it more expensive, then you're going to have a lot more maintenance issues, and the overall service life of the road would expect to be shorter. So, there's the indication is that, qualitatively speaking, a higher, drier, more resilient road is going to have a much better overall cost, life cycle cost to you. And then as far as the you're bringing in some of the other blue-green elements, that, if I'm understanding your question, sir, I mean, we would, during the DCP package, when we start to do that, we would look at road elevation, obviously coordinate the harmonization with adjacent properties and lower the road where it needs to be so that it works from a harmonization standpoint. But then you bring in the water, the sewer, and the stormwater, and collectively that system with existing capital programs. And then we're going to look to put in blue-green with tree canopy elements and innovative urban design pieces all into that, so that when you're looking at a DCP area, it's a systems approach. So all these things come together and work together in synergy with each other. So hopefully I addressed the comment on tree canopy, sir.
Yeah, no, Joe, that was helpful. I just want to, again, continue to emphasize the importance of getting the road in sync with the private properties. I understand what might be best for the road. That's not always in the best interest of our private properties. We've heard that loud and clear from our residents, and I think they make a fair point. I just want to follow up. Could you say a word about those different materials, and particularly how we might think of using black base here in Miami Beach?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, in the case where, you can use different materials that are going to be more durable in an environment where they're getting more inundated with groundwater, right? That's the central thing. So, in our minds, we've always maintained a separation between the durability of their road to deal with groundwater inundation and the sort of the integrated water conditions on the island. So, those things come at additional cost. But again, for us, the road elevation is all about getting it at the right level of service so that the road is safely passable during those the design storms and tidal events that we established. So, but yeah, those things can be looked at and, on a case-by-case basis. So when we do have to lower the road, it may be worthwhile to do that to try to match road service life with the rest of the road, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
thank you, sir. Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. This is Matt Alvarez here. I wanted to mention one thing. I just don't know how this works, so I'm glad you can hear me. I want to mention one thing regarding where the commissioner said, Commissioner Samuel, regarding aesthetics. And we've heard a lot about that from the public, and that's been a comment that's been very uniform throughout the process. Now, on the earlier slide, when we show the criteria, aesthetics does appear to be on the low end. And that causes a lot of consternation. But with folks on the call and the public listening, we wanted to re-emphasize that where aesthetics is on that ranking is merely for the order of projects, not for the importance of aesthetics. And so that is merely how the sequence that they will be done. And so flooding would be the highest priority, but we're going to ensure that in all the DCPs, the aesthetics of each project are held to the highest standards for the city and for the residents. So Joe, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. We're on slide 10. Thank you, Matt. And thank you, Commissioner Samuelin. Yep. So we're just showing here the updated policy tool that Ms. Knowles shared with you all. We've just, for illustrative purposes, we added the new road raising recommended elevations on there. And we wanted to show you the near-term level of service. So if you look on the right-hand slide there, on the right-hand side of the slide, we've made an estimate of the miles of road that are currently not meeting the level of service that's provided for in the new standard. So it's 41 miles of road. About 23% of the roads currently don't meet the required level of service as per the road elevation. So if you wanted to sort of dimensionalize, the extent of the immediate priority on roads, that would be it. It's about 23% of the roads. Then, of course, over time, longer term look, as sea levels rise, more roads would obviously come into play, but we thought it would be helpful to kind of shift it into a near term and a long term perspective. So that's what you're seeing there. If we can proceed to the next slide, please. Yep, and the slide after that, sir. There we go. So moving on to the blue-green, it seems like there's, this has been very well received. We've developed a menu of Miami Beach specific practices. Again, these really focus on improved water quality, helping to deal with small nuisance level rainfall events below 2 inches, getting some additional recharge to help, conserve the freshwater lens underneath the island to the extent practicable, And then all the co-benefits from innovative urban design, landscape architecture, aesthetics, tree canopy. There's a lot of things that the blue-green offer. So we created a total of 12 practices we've identified as really relevant for the beach, and that, and they're in the concept plan. And we give, planning and engineering guidance on the applicability of those different different practices, the benefits, some general cost indications, basic decisions, planning decision support guidance on how to use those different practices. We did organize them a little bit about the way, they'll be implemented. So if you're a transportation planner working on more linear projects, we show you how to take these practices and deploy them in a transportation scenario. If you're looking at commercial property or residential or even public spaces. So we wanted to kind of bring the subject a little bit closer to the different stakeholder groups that might be implementing these practices. One of the things that we've had to maintain throughout the course of community engagement on this is just understanding the benefits and the limitations of blue-green, right? There'll be some site constraints. We got to put them in where they can fit in, that kind of thing, and that they provide excellent environmental benefits, particularly around water quality and protecting Biscayne Bay and the aesthetic elements we've already mentioned. But we just have to be very clear that really these are not flood mitigation projects. It's not going to really change the need for all the stormwater management for flood risk reduction projects that are planned. Those are really critical. But again, there's major benefits to blue-green for the reasons that we've laid out: water quality, aesthetic benefits, et cetera. So there are some limitations, and we all know what they are. And we've been very clear with the public all along on that. So, we've had a lot of engagement with the community on that. And we just feel like we've always felt like blue-green was really one of the opportunities that are inherent in the risks as we adapt. We can really make some very good impact on the community and the environment with blue-green. But if we go to the next slide, right, we just wanted to show you the list of the practices. We certainly don't intend to go through all of those here. And we wanted to share with you, as a reminder, some of the renderings that we shared with the public. You can see some examples for a residential street and then sort of a public space parking area. And if you look in these renderings, you can see bioretention, tree planters, permeable pavers, permeable pavement, and tree canopy. And these practices are great for water quality, the nuisance events, and the aesthetics. We just want to be clear that the applications are done in these kind of small targeted ways. They're really not scalable in any way to avoid road raising or anything like that. But again, an important tool in the overall toolbox of adapting to climate change. So, we intend to use the concept plan to really heavily inform development of the design criteria packages. We've talked a little bit about that already, but obviously as we go to do that, with all the other capital programs that are already in your existing plan, we're really going to also heavily focus on where can we fit in more blue-green. And the community and their feedback during the engagement that we had with them, there was some comments, there was one theme in the comments was all about, hey, I know this spot over here, you could fit it in there. So there was a lot of interest in making sure we maximize the scalability of all of that. So if we go to the next slide, just want to emphasize here that this was just, we couldn't help but notice that we've got, some pretty big acreage that, is out there. Now, just to be clear, the golf courses are not part of the recommendation in any way, but we just wanted to, bring this back up. It's impossible to ignore all this acreage. And so when we started looking at golf courses, and we understand that this is a big thing to talk about, but we just wanted to dimensionalize this, put a little bit of framing around it. There are really 3 scenarios, and you can create more, but there's the retrofit idea where you keep all 18 holes of a golf course, but we just look at that through, more of a resilience lens and see how can we, through a more of a resilience lens, and see how we can bring more blue-green infrastructure, maybe even some more stormwater management into it. So that's one scenario. Scenario 2 would be like the repurpose, where maybe you retain some golf, maybe 9 holes, let's say, and then you repurpose the rest of that property to sort of increase the resilience performance of that property. And you could bring in innovative urban design elements into that too, for a different sort of land use concept. And then with the reimagine, this would be sort of, let's just forget about golf, if that's possible for some people, and just let's look at this strategically and see how can we really scale blue-green or more stormwater management. Obviously, we're just trying to just frame this a little bit. And again, it's not part of the recommendation, but it is worth looking at that. In that third scenario, obviously, maybe in the case of all, you would want to look at a best and highest value use, but with the reimagine scenario, you probably have some opportunities for sort of new kinds of economic development in there too. So if we can just proceed to the next slide. Look, the community involvement was key here. We had 2 public meetings. We had several meetings with the READY team and the Sustainability and Resiliency Committee. And so, this stakeholder piece was really important to us. We spent a lot of time thinking about it, really processing the feedback from everyone. It was really, really a pleasure to meet all the people in the community. We were able to present to them. We had workshop where we were able to sit one-on-one and talk with them, answer their questions, get their feedback. That was truly invaluable. So we really, that was just critical to informing how we structured our thinking around this. So just to move forward a little bit. So the commission approval, what is it going to mean today? And I know there's a kind of a more formal thing that's going to happen in a minute, but this is going to really empower the full scale up of Blue Green to the extent that we can scale it up as part of the DCP process and in other development projects that go on. It would take that road elevation policy as we've laid it out, would become the existing standard, and we'd be able to proceed, with real confidence on the development of the first 5 priority DCP areas that we talked about: Normandy Isles A, the 2 in Flamingo Loomis, and the 2 on Oceanfront. So that's the extent of the presentation that we had, and we can either chat or we can go on to the next slide. I think it's over to Roy now.
Mayor and Commissioners, I think you've seen Jacob.
Hold on, Roy. Commissioner Ariola's got his hand up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just for I just find it sort of hard to believe that you guys, given your stature and everything that you all do, aren't recommending the golf courses as part of this, that you sort of copped out of the political hailstorm that will create. I mean, it's hard for me to take this seriously if you guys aren't putting that on the table.
No, thank you for making that point, Commissioner. Our intent is to go through the details. What we did in this first phase was to look at the possible, and we conferred with our technical team, and they did identify there is value and potential there at the golf courses, but that would be an additional study. The detailed, evaluations, and look at the, Blue Green and how much flooding it could control, what would be the water quality impacts, was not in this specific scope of work, but that could be in a planning or DCP type look at certain golf courses. But we want to make the point that we are agreeing, with this concept in principle, and that would require next steps, just like doing a DCP for Blue Green for a neighborhood. It would be doing the same thing for a golf course. So it's very consistent concept that we're validating policies and ideas moving forward, and these next steps would then go through the details through planning and design functions. So I want to make sure that hopefully that came across and that was the intent.
How much did we pay you guys? I mean, to not have included that as part of the study, it's shocking to my sort of sense of, what's right and fair and what's being a political cop-out. I mean, we paid you a lot of money. You had a lot of time to do this. Between the 2 public golf courses, it's give or take 150 acres apiece. We're very, land limited and restricted. And for us not to seriously take a look at that, it's almost like deliberately not doing it, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Commissioner, it certainly would not have been a deliberate move here. Our scope, and that's one of the reasons why we qualified that in the introduction, was to take existing city work, city plans, city documents, city analyses, and then build on those, validate them, update them as necessary. In the Blue Green, that is a new concept. And so we were validating approaches that we would then take to the next level. So it's not so much about what we were paid, it's the actual scope that we were asked to do by the city that was agreed to. And that level of analysis on that specific type of approach in Blue Green was not included. And again, the idea here is to validate what could be done on the next steps and accept these policies. And so again, we were paid to do other things and leverage other city studies on the Blue Waste Master Plan, the Water Wastewater Master Plan, look at the flooding and road elevations in terms of what you just saw. So I would want to make sure that from my perspective as a project manager with Jacobs, There is absolutely zero intent to defer or avoid or cop out on this issue. I just want to be really, really clear to that commitment. And we would look forward to discussing a planning or a pre-designed package on how this could be done with the costs and the benefits to bring back to the city, as we would for any of the projects, like the pump station that was just discussed, and how Blue Green can be implemented. Definitely on the table.
Okay, Jimmy or John Woodruff, I don't know if he's on. I think we've paid you guys $1 million so far for these consulting studies.
About $800,000, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's shocking. I cannot take you seriously anymore, and I'm not going to vote to give you any more contract extensions, because for you to whiff on that and miss that, it's almost deliberate, or as if you were told not to include it for political reasons. You guys, I've looked at your other studies. You always include golf courses in the other studies. It's like you deliberately went out of your way to avoid it for political reasons. And I understand you did that, but now I don't take you seriously. I'm not going to vote for any more, giving you any more contracts.
No, understood. That was not the intent, but I understand your perspective. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner?
No, I'm done.
Commissioner Samuelin.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Jacobs for their work. I am very supportive of the Blue Green and the project prioritization. I just have two comments, and it's as much directed at the administration and my colleagues as Jacobs. I really encourage us to embrace some of this thinking on harmonization of lower level properties, using alternatives like black base on the West Avenue project. I know that was not Jacob's scope. They were looking forward, but I really think there's some important concepts there that could help avoid problems. And I really want to take a hard look at what they've done. I would encourage the administration to do that. My other comment really is as much to my colleagues. It was not in Jacob's scope to cost out everything, but I have a serious concern, and I'm appealing to my process-oriented colleagues that I don't think anyone knows what this cost. I can come up with all sorts of criteria of what would be good and what's the best for the road. I think that's wonderful. But the rubber meets the road, no pun intended, when we know what the cost is. How many roads can we do like this versus other projects? And this body passed a fiscal impact statement where we requested the administration to bring forward a written statement of the financial impact. We voted on that. I am not supporting a policy that has no sense of even planning estimates of what the cost. I'm not even sure if it's legal for us to vote on that. So I am very concerned about that. And I think fiscally responsible would be to know what the cost is of trying to implement a process and a policy like this.
Commissioner, I think what the way we viewed Jacob's mandate was we had, if you remember, ACOM had been our consultant, they had been retained really at the direction of the city commission and the flooding committee to make sure that we had experts looking over the shoulders of our staff, so that as we were analyzing and whatnot, that we had the best science and et cetera. Those ACOM produced a series of recommendations that led to the 3.7 NAVD and whatnot, as to what would be the best way to design the roads. They were not tasked with what would be what's the price of that design of road, because the idea is, if we're going to be a resilient city, what should we design to? As we go project by project, we then, we cost it out, because these standards and parameters will vary neighborhood by neighborhood. What is the cost of, for example, harmonization will depend on the neighborhood you're in and what you're harmonizing to and whatnot. So it's hard to put a dollar figure up front on a project by project basis. So we do our cost estimates project by project, not system wide. I don't think I think we have a sense of what, perhaps in terms of per linear foot of road, what road raising costs, but not necessarily on issues like harmonization or things like that, because that really varies neighborhood by neighborhood.
Yeah, Jimmy, I appreciate that. And I understand that was not necessarily in the scope of Jacob's work. And in fact, we might have even passed this after they were hired. So I understand that. But we do have an ordinance we unanimously passed, looking for a fiscal impact statement. And we're taking a number of measures to make ourselves more resilient. And no one can tell us whether we can afford it or not. So I'm not supporting that. And I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if we are going to move forward with policies that we have no idea if we can do it. And let me be clear about the implications of that. You're going to apply these policies. You might do that in a couple projects, and we're going to wake up and say, well, in certain neighborhoods, we can't do anything because we drove the Cadillac in a couple neighborhoods. We can't even get a bike ride in the others.
So before we go on, just so everybody knows what we're voting on, we're not voting on an allocation of money, we're voting on a sequencing. Is that what do you think? Is it
Yeah, I think there are three things. Obviously, I think that, the incorporation of blue-green into projects is, I think, a no-brainer. That's just, we want to build those in because to some degree, they actually can reduce the need to invest in more gray infrastructure and take some capacity off the system. The schedule was, what are going to be the next projects, if and when. And then in terms of the road height, that project was really to sort of kick the tires on whether or not our 3.7 NAVD had been correct. And I think certainly given the recommendation, they're going 3.9, but that's a standard to design roads too, with some fluctuation, obviously, as they discussed, depending on the road materials you use, harmonizing to lower properties, but that would be sort of a goal to set, and project by project, we may not get there. On parts of Palm Hibiscus, we didn't get to 3.7, we got to 3.2, and things like that. So
I just want to know, so we know what we're voting on, which is we're voting on a sequencing of projects that have already been in the queue for some time. All of these projects have been around for a while as projects the city has said they want to do.
Yes.
Right.
So we're voting on the sequencing, or look, we're accepting a recommendation, can change when we want to, on the sequencing, we're not adding, and we're adding a sort of a blue-green structure to it.
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I too am supportive of the blue-green stormwater infrastructure and the neighborhood project prioritization. And I echo Commissioner Samuelin's concerns. I mean, when we're dealing with our stormwater management plan, our water sewer upgrades, we're talking in excess of $1 billion at this point. And I think there's agreement on that's fine, but there's a limit at some point. And I'm concerned that we don't have a sense of the fiscal impact of this. I just, it's a glaring, and I'm not putting the blame on Jacobs for it, but I have a hesitation as to how far we can go before we sort of outstretch our fiduciary duty to the city and our budget. So that's where I fall out.
Commissioner Richardson. And oh no, I'm sorry, Commissioner Steinberg. I apologize. Sorry, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Steinberg.
Hi, thank you. I'm back. In terms of the queue, I just had one question. Last time this was presented to us, you did the queue, and I apologize if this was already brought up. You prioritized the projects mostly based on the Blue Water Ways master plan. And now when you presented it again, what has changed between when you first presented the queue versus today? What the listing of the prioritization with the queue in terms of the project's order? Has anything changed?
Yeah, I think Joe could, because that was his detailed task. Joe can cover that. But again, the first one that you saw was just driven by all the projects as they were. And then we got direction to focus on flooding and water and sewer. And that's what kind of directed that part or that next evolution of the ranking. So what you saw was the first scenario. Then actually we ran 6 other scenarios at the direction of the workshop in January. And this were the final results. But Joe can kind of walk you through those steps that were taken since what you saw in January.
Yeah, so, well, Commissioner Steinberg, yeah, I think, we really have always had all of the city projects in the model, so to speak. Some of the earlier visualizations that we showed were, based on just number of projects. But as those were early stage analytics. As we progressed the work, we began to look at the weighting criteria, and we looked at level of service considerations. And so, the earlier analytics that you looked at, again, they included all of the capital projects. But what you're looking at here now has, it's more robust, and it has a lot of the risk factored into it. So, yeah.
Commissioner, you're done? Okay, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I think you had a great question. What are we doing here? As I look at the item, we are evaluating the 3 task orders that were given to Jacobs Engineering. And it seems like from the title of the item, we are being asked to vote on to accept the plan. And so my question is, are we, if we vote to approve this, are we agreeing to accept all elements of the recommendations of all 3 items? I mean, what's the consequence of this ask from the administration? It's to accept the Jacobs Engineering integrated water management plan. So Jimmy, maybe you could help me on that. Like, are we being asked to vote on this to accept all of the elements of these 3 task orders?
Well, I think, remember, this came out of the ULI analysis, and one of the things they said is that we should have someone look at all kinds of different blue-green options. And so I think this vote is simply, I think, to provide direction that, in fact, the kinds of mechanisms and blue-green infrastructure that they suggested should, in fact, be incorporated into all the design criteria packages for all the neighborhoods. Which ones will go into which neighborhood will depend on the neighborhood and what's available in terms of swales or golf courses or parks or whatnot. So the idea is simply to make that a priority, that in all these projects we need to robustly have blue-green infrastructure. With respect to the list of projects, the idea there was, in fact, because we were having pushback from different neighborhoods on, we don't have flooding, why should we be going, et cetera, was to have them give us some direction on what they felt in light of the priorities. And the ones they identified were flooding and water and sewer infrastructure, as well as, and Joe, you didn't mention, I thought, areas that impacted more population, so that to the extent, and somewhat responsive to Commissioner Samuel's point, if we don't have unlimited money, let's hit the areas that it impacts the most people. So instead of maybe stopping the flooding where you have 30 single-family homes, you're hitting an area where 5,000 people live in multifamily areas. So you're having the broadest impact bang for the dollar. And then the third aspect was really to validate our initial presumptions about the 3.7 NAVD and whether or not that was the right standard. I think it's fair to say that, whatever the exact number, because years have passed, they're saying, like AECOM, that if we're going to build roads during the last 30 years, we need to elevate them. I don't think there's been I think it was to validate that.
So, I mean, I understand, and again, I'm not a pause person. I'm a go on sustainability. But when I read the title, I'm concerned that if we vote to accept this, we're basically greenlighting everything that's been written in all of these task order reports. And I don't know why we as an elected body would do that. I mean, we hired them to do some work. They've given us our recommendations. And I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding what I'm being asked, but I'm just reading the title, to accept the Jacob. So I don't know that I want to green light every word that's in all of it. But let's hear, go ahead.
Let me take a shot.
Thanks.
First of all, what happened is all these projects are projects that have been in the queue in some order. And they were in the queue before we had a group come in and do an analysis to see whether our program was good or not, or it could be improved. So none of these projects are new, and none of them, by the way, and I suspect, I don't know how long it's going to take to do them, but I suspect it's not a year or two. It's probably 10 to 20 years. or maybe less than that, but something pretty enormous because there's 10 or 15 projects getting put into, this is sort of the plan going forward. And what's on the agenda is a concept, not more than that. It's a concept, which is important. And the reason what happened is after the ULI came in and said, hey, you need more blue-green, you need more of this stuff that looks better and feels better and actually does some stuff, you need to include it in your plan. So what happened when Jacobs came in is they started to inform our plan with what ULI said. Didn't change dramatically things, but did inform the plan with those recommendations. We had a meeting, I don't think before the last elections, where we were saying, okay, what's next? How do we figure the order? Because by the way, we don't have money for 15 water projects right now. We don't expect that we will, because that would mean we wouldn't have a budget for a few years if we had to have it. This is a sort of a pay-as-you-go concept. Some of them are already funded and some are not. Most are not. So what happened is, last time we met, at our last retreat, they gave us something like an order, but the way they decided that order was really something we wanted to tell them, we wanted them to deal with, namely the following. We told them to really prioritize, my recollection is, things that needed it the most, things where the flooding was the most acute. But also when they do this, some of the wastewater stuff and sanitary sewer also is done at the same time. So sometimes when you have that infrastructure diminished already, you need to replace that. So we wanted them to also consider that in the queuing up of the priorities. And then, of course, one thing is, well, if you just do residential and not commercial, maybe you should try to also factor in getting more people to be impacted, so you're not just in the residential neighborhoods. And also, there are some roads that are ready to be done that have not been done, and they're up anyway. And why would you do what we did in Orchard Grove or Orchard Grove, which in south of Orchard Park, where what we did is 7 or 8 years ago, we redid the streets, but we didn't do any of the road raising. So now they have brand new streets that flood all the time. So we said to ourselves, well, why don't we at least also factor in those projects that are come due anyway in the natural life cycle of a street? So we simply asked them to do an analysis and reprioritize this and inform into that process the blue-green, which ULI requested. So I think that what they've sent to us is, okay, we think this is the sequence, and we think these are some of the things you should include in the project. None of these projects, we're not voting to spend billions of dollars today. There's no fiscal impact. We're voting for a concept of sequencing and a concept for how we would enhance these with blue-green. That's all we're voting on. So we can say we don't want to vote on it because we need the money in the pocket. If we do that, we shouldn't have any resiliency projects, because we won't ever have a resiliency project, because we'll need billions and billions of dollars in a bank account, because we're going to be funding stuff in 10 years. So for me, this is a very simple thing. It's to restart. And I don't even view it necessarily even as a pause. I view what we did was basically to say, let's make sure we're doing it right. Let's get some folks to look at what we're doing, which is what the ULI did. And now let's get Jacobs to take what ULI suggested we did. Some of it was critical, and say, let's go. So this is the time where we have to say, okay, we got the ULI, we got Jacobs. Jacobs has looked at it. Jacobs has said, this is what you need to do. So we now have to have the vision to say, all the people who do this for a living have said, this is the order, this is how it should look, this is the concept. Let's start it. Let's get back to work on it. And interestingly, we had a lot of discussions about Lakeview last year on this, and Lakeview, because of just on the merits, ended up lower on the list because they said, North Beach has more severe flooding. So I think that's what's going on, and I'm not at all troubled by it. And in fact, I think it's important that we green light this so that we can start doing it. We are going to get all these projects. If you know anything about this commission, all of you, you know that you're not going to vote today and be bound, and you'll never see this again. I imagine every one of these projects will move with the speed of molasses, as all of our projects move in this, because we go through so many iterations. This is just to start the sequence and the blue-green, which I think the sequence makes sense to me because they have a rational basis for it, and the blue-green makes sense to me because it's what our residents would want, and it's also state of the art, and so we need to do it. So I'm going to continue to go down the road, but I did want to let you all know we're not voting to spend trillions of dollars in the next 6 months. We're simply voting to sequence things we've already acknowledged we must do with some enhancements of blue-green. And with that, Richardson, you're recognized, then Gongora, then back to Samuel, and then back to Minor.
So thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate what you just said because it clarifies and quite frankly, in my view, is different from what is written in the title of the item. So if you're asking, if you want to amend this, if the lawyers tell us we can, I understand, and I want us to move past the pause, if you will. I want us to get going, and I am appreciative of there's a prioritization, and that this plan can be used then to bring us specific projects for our consideration. I think that is a little different from what I'm reading here, but maybe the lawyers will tell me that I'm not reading it right. But when it says accepting the Jacobs Engineering Miami Beach Integrated Water Management Plan and amending this, then does that sounds like we're accepting all of what is in their task orders? And so that's where my confusion is. And what you described, Mr. Mayor, is a little different from what I'm reading here. And maybe the lawyers can help me.
I appreciate that. And Commissioner Richardson, I've known you only to be a very precise person. So I appreciate that. I see Raul Aguilar, city attorney. Can you, were you going to weigh in here?
Well, Mr. Mayor, first of all, the way you summed it up, I don't think I really could have summed it up better. And unless Alina and Roy tell me otherwise, when I was working with them on this item, my understanding was that the 3 items before you today are adoption of reports, which are macro in nature and outline as a conceptual design. But in terms of applying these the recommendations of the reports to individual projects, as you said, Mr. Mayor, that would require not only every project in this city goes through intensive public and neighborhood scrutiny. So I don't think today, by adopting this, and Commissioner Richardson, you're very detail oriented, as the mayor said. So if you need that kind of clarification in the resolution, we'll be glad to amend it. But I don't think that you're tying your hands today in terms of holding yourself hostage to what's in these reports verbatim. And I think the ultimate test is how those macro concepts contained in this report are applied to those projects. And those projects, as the mayor said, and as I've been witness to, are subject to individual scrutiny. Yeah. So unless I'm told otherwise, that was my understanding as well.
And thank you. And I would agree with what you said as well. I think the mayor said it well, and you said it. I see it as an adoption of recommendations. So here's my concern. My concern is I want to be very clear on this, because we're going to move forward with projects. I hope very soon. And if we say that we're accepting all of the recommendations or all a report, let's say that staff looks at the reports that we've been given and decides that one area may be moved slightly ahead in the prioritization line, right? Because they've got some compelling reason or some changed event that happens in the city. Then I don't want somebody else to come back and say, well, you can't do that because you accepted the list of prioritization. You see what I mean? So
yeah, but I get it. And Commissioner, here's what I would tell you. One thing you've learned already on this commission is you don't have to worry that whatever you vote on today on any of these projects is the last time you're going to see this project. It's got many, many routes, many appearances, many committees. None of these have gone to procurement. I mean, there's so many stages. This is, and I appreciate your concern, but I would tell you to focus on the word an R7C1, it is a concept plan, not, and if they didn't want it to be a concept plan, if they wanted to be a plan that we couldn't, they would have said something differently. It is just the concept so that we can.
Well, Mr. Mayor, why don't we say
I would
that?
also argue that I'm not sure Jimmy would even need us to do this, frankly. He could start this and then come to us when he's ready with the art. And so this is really, I think, the administration saying, hey, this is what we want to do. Are you guys going to be saying, oh, no? Because I remember we had this dispute between Lakeview and North Bay Road. So Jacobs has given us the merits order of this. So this is really us just telling the administration, start this sequencing. They'll come back to us numerous times with all sorts of different things. I don't think anybody objects to the blue-green, and I don't think anybody objects to the actual sequence at this point. So we can be very comfortable that this will be coming back to us, but we need to give direction so that the pause that really wasn't a purposeful pause, but an informing pause can end, and we can start the process of making our city more resilient. And everybody will have a chance to object at everything, including height levels of streets. I'm looking to my top right, and to other aspects to it. We'll have plenty of time to complain or to fix or to improve, but we need to tell them, yes, blue-green, yes, sequence, go forth and make us more resilient.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Mayor. I'm not sure the administration needs us to do this, but maybe they are desirous of it because of the past activities. But you know, maybe we could tweak the title a little bit, or tweak it or whatever. I like what you said. I mean, this is an adoption of a concept plan. And it doesn't say that, but anyway, I'm just kind of a stickler with words sometimes, but I like what Raul said was perfect as well. And with that understanding, of course, I'm going to support it, the concepts, and I look forward to having the administration bring back specific projects for us to weigh in on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gongora, I see your hand is up, except I don't see you. Did you run away?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, you're on my other screen.
Hold on, I got muted again. Now I have unmuted. Okay, before I give you my thoughts, I'm going to tell you something I did not think I was going to have to say today, but I have a hard stop time of 7:30 p.m. So I hope to be done by then. On this item, I understand the Commissioner Richardson's confusion because this is a very lengthy item that has been condensed into kind of a paragraph, divided the plans up into three. So I guess there's three different votes, and it wants us to accept all of their recommendations. I agree that the blue-green one is the least contentious one because we all want to incorporate the elements of blue-green. But when you look at what's in our agenda, it's three little bullet points. So of course we all want to improve water quality and support flood reduction and enhance landscape aesthetically. But then when you look at the actual blue-green stormwater infrastructure concept plan that this little paragraph and these three bullet points support, it's a 232-page plan. So it's kind of scary when you're voting on 232 pages of written material, including the appendixes, and you're not quite sure what you're voting on. I do think in the future that the administration would do better to provide bullet points of what the executive summary are in our agendas, so we don't have to go searching through old LTCs to try to put the item together in our minds. I think this is a good item. I do think that Jacobs and ULI and everybody says we have to incorporate these blue-green elements. In fact, when the city stopped moving forward with the Mid-Beach resiliency plan, the main basis was it didn't incorporate these blue-green concepts. So we do need to do that. But as I skipped very quickly through the 232-page plan, there's a lot of things in there beyond improving water quality, supporting flood reduction, and enhancing landscape, which are the only 3 points in our agenda. There's the whole point about how we should budget for these types of items and having budgeting processes so that we can incorporate these blue-green concepts. So I don't feel comfortable rubber stamping that 232-page report because I haven't digested every last point. But I do feel comfortable today with regard to point 1 on the blue-green adopting it as a concept plan for the administration to work with and try to incorporate those points into the resiliency projects and then bring them back to us for a final vote, including the cost on each and every plan, because we may want it, but we can't afford it. So I want to make sure, and I think you clarified before Commissioner Richardson and Mayor Gelber, that we're not rubber stamping this as a concept. We're saying this is our goal. Try to incorporate these points as you move forward with these projects, but bring them back to us for a final say, including pricing. And even though we haven't jumped ahead through the other two, I do think road elevation is probably the most controversial. It always is, which is the second reso. When it comes to the neighborhood project prioritization, I haven't had a chance to review the 56 projects and what order they're in, but I do agree that the order changes all the time as we change our priorities. So just because we say, okay, this looks like a good prioritization today, that doesn't mean a couple months from now, we won't change the order based on a different set of circumstances that comes before us on the commission. So as long as the motions that we take today on the resos are conditioned on that these are concepts and policies, not mandates, and that they are subject to commission ratification and pricing and budgets before we actually implement them, I'm okay. I think 1 and 3, the blue and green and the prioritization are probably okay. And we should focus, I guess, the rest of this conversation on the road elevation strategy, which always seems to be the most controversial.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner.
Is that correct? City Attorney, can I ask real quick, is that correct, City Attorney? Can we do the motion as I kind of just couched it?
Excuse me, Commissioner.
Go ahead. Can we do the motion as the conversation has progressed from Commissioner Richardson and my point that all we're doing today is ratifying this as a concept for the city to try to incorporate, but they need to bring these back to us for a final vote, including a budget on each and every project.
Yes, yes. I can amend the resolutions to reflect that.
Good. Yeah, I think
now that
would be, that'll make us all feel more comfortable.
Okay, Commissioner Gongoro, with that, I believe you only spoke as to 2, the blue green and the and the neighborhood resiliency. What about the harmonization?
I think the blue green is probably the blue green I think is the easiest for us all to agree on because we have to incorporate that. Every expert recommends it. The prioritization, I'm not an expert. I'm willing to say the prioritization looks fine for today, but I might change my mind a couple of months from now if somebody brings me evidence that one neighborhood should be moved up or a neighborhood should be moved down, because that's what we do in city government. Nothing seems to be cemented. I guess I'd like to focus the talk a little bit more on the road elevation strategy, because that always seems to be the most contentious. And I know Commissioner Samuelin generally has some thoughts on that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Raul, you got that? Good.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you,
Raul,
Mayor.
speaking of road elevation, I would like to call upon Mr. Road Elevation, the Vice Mayor, Mark Samuelin.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate both of my colleagues' comments. I think that idea of couching some of this as concepts does make me more comfortable. And I too, today am prepared to support the blue-green and the project prioritization. But I want to be clear, and if I'm wrong, I ask the administration to correct me. Within the road raising, that's not concept. They're asking us to change a fundamental design standard. This city's operated on a 3.7 NAVD, and this actually is a very explicit recommendation, which I'm sensing my colleagues weren't 100% aware that that's what this vote would do. And what my fundamental problem with that is that we don't know what it costs. And we're going to go off and design projects, and we're going to see budgets, and then we're not going to be sure that we can afford them. So this is actually, in road raising, a specific change to a fundamental policy. So I'm fine with the 2 concepts, but I'm not fine with that, given no idea of what this cost.
Okay, Roy.
Yes, sir.
Coley, then I'll get
Can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to try to.
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to try to limit the issues moving forward. I don't think that anybody is objecting to number one, the blue-green, and number three, the prioritization. I'm going to move that we move those forward as concept plan, subject to commission approval and a budget before it gets implemented.
I'll second that.
I don't want to bust past Commissioner Minor or Commissioner Ariola. Are you guys okay with that? Because you both had your hands up. I don't want to vote. You're okay with it? Commissioner Ariola, can we go ahead and?
But I do want to speak.
Yeah, I wanted to speak, but what is it that we're voting on? Maybe I don't need to speak.
Commissioner Gongora has said, let's just focus what we have left to talk about on the road racing and go ahead and approve C1 and C3, the blue, green, and the prioritization of neighborhoods. And it looks like even though Commissioner Minor and you and Commissioner Richardson had your hands up, you're okay with that without speaking. We can approve C1 and C3, and then we're going to go focus on C2, which is just road elevation strategy. So this would be a vote which appears to be unanimous to adopt the Jacobs goals and concepts of C1 and C3. You okay with that?
I don't want to speak out of turn, but yes, because I think we have consensus on those items.
Okay.
But I do have a caveat, but we can wait.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on road elevation. So show C1 and C3 adopted without objection or any real debate.
Mayor, I will have one question on the prioritization, but I guess we could pass this motion and I can ask my question when it's my turn.
Everybody's gonna have a chance to speak. Okay, so let's get to C2, but you can speak about any one of them if you'd like. So Gongora, Commissioner Gongora, your hand is up. Did you want to speak about C2? Oh, Roy, I'm sorry. Yeah, Roy, you had your hand up. Roy, you don't have to keep raising your actual hand. There's a little mechanical thing that most of us do. In Alabama, I know it's a little different, but go ahead.
Mayor, on the road raising item, what I wanted to make a point of, we currently have a directive, staff does, via commission resolution that says all future roads are to be built at a crown of road height of 3.7. What the item before you today does is it tells us we don't have to be rigid at 3.7. As I interpret the document that Jacobs has provided, is they have goal heights of more than that. They got 3.9, but on emergency roads even more. But they caveat that specification with harmonization issues. If we have an excessive slope from the goal height of the road to the private property that makes harmonization egregious, then that justifies lowering that road elevation, which actually makes our road designing more flexible than it is today. If we adopt what Jacobs is recommending, you give us more flexibility with road design than if you reject it, we're still stuck on 3.7 rigid unless you change that resolution. I just wanted to point that out that while Commissioner Salmon is 100% right, the 3.7 was not as much a concept as the other two items, because what we did was we asked Jacobs Engineering to review our existing strategy that is a commission resolution of 3.7. Essentially, I feel like they validated that strategy and just added their goal is for it to be a little bit higher than AECOM recommended, but they understood in harmonization challenges we may have to lower it and can't meet that goal. So I just wanted to throw that to you. I think we've lost the mayor.
Mayor Galber, are you with us? Okay, so I'm going to grab the gavel here on the fly. I see a couple hands. Commissioner Ariola, had you finished?
No.
Commissioner Ariola?
Listen, will you continue?
Oh.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving for 5 minutes. Mark?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yep,
okay,
no problem.
Let's go through the the C2 discussion.
Sure, absolutely. Commissioner Ariola, I think you were speaking. I saw your hand up. Did you have more to say, or is that coming down?
Yeah, no, I did have it up only on the on the prior items that we just passed with respect to the prioritization and blue-green, for Jacobs, if they're still on, you know, we're investing very heavily in town center in North Beach, and I didn't see that on the prioritization schedule. And because there's so many shovel-ready projects that are about hopefully to occur, to the mayor's earlier point, we don't want to do a whole bunch of work to do the needed infrastructure, and then, you know, 10 years from now have to go back and tear up the streets all over again after all the you know, the residents and the businesses up there are about to, you know, go through a lot of construction and inconvenience while town center is being rebuilt. Should we move that up to the prioritization schedule so we could get everything done you know, once and you know, correctly, and not have to make twice? So that's a question for whoever wants it. Roy, I'm not sure.
I think it would, for that prioritization question, if Matt's still on, or Joe, I think Joe was the one that had the detail.
Yeah, no, yep, on. And I was going to mention to Joe, we did have conversations about town center. So, you know, Joe, if you have that detailed list, maybe you can, you know, pull that up.
The reason I bring it up, I had a conversation with Eric Carpenter. I'm not sure if Eric is on as well. I think some folks on the city staff saw some wisdom in at least bringing this up as we do the 72nd Street project, the aquatic center, which is going to be a, you know, huge geo bond project. You know, might we take the opportunity to do 72nd Street as a prioritization item? And I don't believe it's in the Normandy prioritization. That's why I bring it up.
Well, what I would recommend is, you know, if we just took those two projects and Commissioner and Matt, I think the best thing to do would be to take that information and we can get a response back. But absolutely, I would just want to take the time to look at those projects where they fit into the prioritization and come back to you with a proper response on that. I'm not going to be able to do that right now. But we could absolutely take a look at it and get back to you right away on that.
Okay, that's fair. Anybody on staff want to chime in on that? Eric, are you on?
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm on. And I know in our conversation, it was really about trying to find willing partners in the, you know, the next set of projects that we do so that they don't get bogged down. So I know that there's significant redevelopment that's programmed for properties on the south side of 72nd Street, and we own the north side of 72nd Street. So there might be some opportunities there.
I think, Eric, unless I'm mistaken, or Joe, that area did score high though, didn't it?
Yes.
It maybe not wasn't top 5, but may have been top 10.
I remember it being, yeah, up there.
It's in the top 15.
So, I mean, you know,
I don't remember which DCP area that project was in, so.
Sounds like we may still have some follow-up in that. Commissioner Ariola, if you're okay with that, do you have anything else you want to add at this point?
No, sir. My point was made. I think it's worthwhile to look at them, and I encourage staff and Jacobs to work on it and bring it back.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Next up, Commissioner Minor, and then Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I guess this is probably my first real substantive vote on the policy-related items to resiliency. And so I've been mostly watching this as an interested citizen for multiple years. And what I've seen, the way I look at it, and I think some of this has been said, is that we have some critical infrastructure projects that we need to accomplish. And it's the road raising policy that has been the most, I guess, difficult, most controversial, and has delayed a number of projects. As we watched, again, I wasn't commissioner, but the Upper North Bay Road, Lakeview, and I watched the prior commission spend countless hours, months, years going through very difficult debates amongst the elected officials as well as the residents. And so to me, it's increasing not only the cost, but the complexity. And then our residents are are basically fighting back. They're very concerned about having their property under the street level, and they've basically been pushing back. And so we could continue going through that battle, and maybe we choose to do that, or we could try to get these projects in this absolutely necessary infrastructure, because that's what I see. I think this body and also prior bodies agree on way more than what we disagree, but yet the projects aren't getting done. And now we're hearing and we're seeing from Jacob's study that 43% of the roads do not meet the new road elevation policy, which is even higher than the prior policy. So I think we're almost certain going to see a continued, basically a battle, unless we just force it down people's throats, but that's probably not going to happen. And it's kind of similar to what the suggestion I was kind of trying to make, and I don't mean to bring back the South Point Park, but I brought up the whole generator issue because that seems to me that's what's the holdup. And if there's a way we can get around this and just keep moving forward, because when I hear the word pause, I don't even look at it so much as a pause as a difference of opinion. I don't think anybody's trying to pause. We're trying to move forward. There's just a different opinion how we get there. So I have concerns besides the cost, but I also have concerns that this new road elevation policy is actually going to hinder us and cause us to not move forward on the other necessary infrastructure projects. And for all those reasons, I'm not going to be supportive of that component today.
Commissioner Richardson is next.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Minor. I actually liked almost everything you said until the end, because I actually, based on what Roy said, gave me comfort that this was going to help us move forward. So well, wait a minute, Mr. Vice Chair.
What happened?
No, it sounds like you were reacting to my comment. Do you want to speak?
No, you're good. Keep going. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't know. So I got more comfort when Roy said that this is going to give us more flexibility on the harmonization side, in that it's aspirational on the 3.9, but to the extent that we need to do harmonization and it would even come below 3.7, that this would give us flexibility to do that. So maybe we could get Roy back in to make sure that I heard it right, because maybe I misunderstood what Roy said, or maybe the Jacobs folks could tell us,
Commissioner Richardson, you heard it exactly right. Jacobs went through a very detailed analysis with us in several of our workshops to show us how they set those elevations at 3.9 and above and why they did it, but then turned right around and followed it up by saying, if you had an excessive slope in harmonization, I believe they use 10 and 12% slopes, then that would be an excessive harmonization. So you lower the elevation of the road until you get the acceptable slope. So staff's interpretation is that gives us more flexibility than we currently have.
That's what I thought. So for that reason, I am prepared to support this today. We spent additional time on it. I wasn't there 15 minutes ago, but based on, and maybe the lawyers can take down the words if my colleagues agree, but based on the words that the way Roy described it, this is actually going to give us more flexibility on the harmonization. And I'm okay having an aspirational goal of 3.9 if that's what our experts are telling us we need to do. So I support this. And in fact, I'll move it if somebody wants to. I will move the item based on the way Roy has described it. And rather than us spend all night, if everybody's had a chance to talk about it, let's just move on this item and decide what we want to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. So there is a motion. Let me just, and we'll just have to clarify what that language is. I just want to pick up on a couple of things, though. While we're talking about validating a policy, we're talking about validating a policy that we do not understand the cost to. We do not understand the cost to the city. We do not understand the cost to private property owners. I strongly concur with Commissioner Minor's thoughts that there's a whole lot of things we agree as a body and with the community, And we have found an issue that is really causing us at loggerheads. It's adding cost and complexity, and no one can tell us how much it costs. So I of course, am not going to support this today. Commissioner Richardson, did you want to be recognized as a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would just say to that, I had that same concern 30 minutes ago, but since we've decided that all of these projects are going to come to us, we're going to look at cost, because we don't know what the cost of these projects are going to be, especially the projects that we're not even going to be before the body 10 years from now, when we're not going to be here. So all of the projects are going to come to us, and we'll be able to evaluate the cost at that time. So if we were mandating this, then I think that it would be, but this is an aspirational goal, I think, and also the fact that the harmonization may bring us below even the 3.7. So I'm going to look at the cost on every proposal that comes to us for approval. So for that reason, I'm okay with it.
Anyone else want to be recognized? And Commissioner, did you offer a amendment to the language or to adopt? I just want to be clear on what your motion is. Could you restate it, please?
And I may let Roy do this again.
Yeah.
My motion was based on the description of the item by Roy, in that, and Roy, you may want to restate it, but I think you did a good job the first time. Now don't change it, or I might have to change my mind. You know, that's my motion, is based on the description that Roy gave us, that the 3.9 was a goal, but we have complete flexibility to come even below our current mandate of 3.7 if we need to do that for harmonization. So do I have that right, Roy?
Yes, sir. You have it exactly right. I've reviewed Jacob's proposal, and that is their proposal, 3.9 elevation, not to exceed 10 to 12% on harmonization slopes. And so if we exceed that, that forces the road elevation down. So yes,
Okay,
sir.
Roy, you're going to have to give me that, because I'm the one that's amending the reso.
Okay,
all
well,
right.
it really doesn't need amended. Exactly how you have the technical document, and I'm happy to ask Matt Alvarez to chime in, but that his document as proposed includes an elevation of 3.9 and above, but also includes limits on harmonization that would then cause you to lower the road if the harmonization is egregious. And if Matt Alvarez is still on, or Joe is still on, either one of them could confirm that and make sure that I've not interpreted their technical document incorrectly.
Matt, Roy, that's exactly correct.
I'm going to recognize Matt Alvarez. I'm back. I left for 5 minutes, and all I know is all answers.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor and Roy. Absolutely, that was exactly how we presented to the public in the public meeting, was to make that flexible point about harmonization will control under extreme issues with driveways. So Roy has put it forth precisely, and we did get good feedback from the residents on that.
I still want that language, because I think Commissioner Richardson wants it in the resolution as an assurance.
Okay. Let me ask if Mayor, can I continue? If it's
sure.
So I think I heard someone say before I was here that the commission already voted on a requirement of 3.7. Is that right, Roy?
Yes, sir. You have a resolution now on record saying 3.7.
Okay, so what I heard is that this is now a goal of 3.9. Now, I'm not saying a requirement. I'm saying this is a goal of 3.9. And in my view, the mandate of 3.7 would still be applicable, but the preference would be 3.9, dependent upon cost, of course. But this would give even greater flexibility to come below 3.7. So I would imagine if you're planning a project, if we adopt this, that you would try to plan at 3.9, and then we would come in and say, well, we can't afford that, or we would look at it. You may, that's the way I see it. Now, Roy, do you understand the way I'm interpreting that?
Yeah, yes, sir. Let me make sure I understand. If we go to plan a project, if you adopt this, this is a resolution. I would be using this criteria versus the existing resolution that says 3.7, and we would attempt to design at 3.9. If when we begin that design, we find a private property too low to allow a 3.9, whatever we have to lower that road to accomplish a 10 to 12% harmonization slope is then what we would represent as what the road elevation would be, and then you would learn that.
Okay, you better make sure your report, it says that, and that it's, if not, that it's amended to reflect that. I know you guys are detail oriented, Jacobs.
So that, well, and it's all, this is all recorded. So yes, that's my understanding and that's my motion, and we can help with the language later. So based on all of those caveats, that was my motion. And I think that we've heard enough, and we ought to move forward and decide this issue.
Oh, I may be fine, but I still got some people with hands up.
Of course.
Richardson's hand is down. Commissioner Gongora.
I kind of lost track of the conversation some time back, but let me bring it back. The difference in this one, I think, is that you are changing policy. In 2013, I sat through a lot of meetings like this one when we finally agreed on the 3.7. So it's kind of interesting that here we are all these years later talking about these additional 2 inches, as well as some other items there. I guess my question for the administration is, what happens if we don't do this today? Do we need to do this? Can you try to aspire to this and bring it back to us in the future and just show projects what they would be at 3.9 or 3.7? I kind of get the feeling from the comments I heard from Commissioner Minor and Samuelin that they're questioning the original 3.7 and whether harmonization should be included in every project because it seems to be the most contentious part. And if we pass this policy, going to end up slowing down projects by then firing up the neighborhoods to come in and fight them every time we're about to vote on them?
No, Commissioner, from my interpretation, if you do not pass this today, we just continue on the exact same direction that we've previously been provided, which is 3.7. If you do pass this today, how we will continue is we will goal set the minimum 3.9, and then if harmonization is egregious, we will lower it. And that's basically an edict in this plan, is that we lower the road until we accomplish an acceptable harmonization slope. So we think this is a more flexible plan and less painful on private property owners, and that's why we're recommending this plan versus what we're currently doing.
Roy, one thing that could be done, if the commission is not sure they want to go to 3.9 or 4.1, which is or whatever the number is that's recommended for emergency roads, they could certainly say that they certainly at least ratify the 3.7, but with the ability to go lower. They could give us the flexibility. Remember, originally this was about validating whether or not we were right at 3.7. Was that too high? So if they're not comfortable raising that yet, they could at least validate that and say, but we do want to give you the flexibility for purposes of harmonization. Just as an answer to that.
Well, listen, let's keep going. I don't know. I mean, I sort of feel like well, let's keep going. Commissioner Steinberg, you're up. Commissioner Gongora, you're done, right?
I'm done for now.
We know that. We don't have to say that. Commissioner Steinberg.
Okay, so I think this is a little different, and if I understand it correctly, it gives you the flexibility because you're talking about up to something, not actually the edict that it has to be that no matter what. It's up to, and if they see that it's going to cause an issue with driveways, they're not going to do that level. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, and with Jimmy, what can you explain to me what you were saying?
I was just saying that if for whatever reason the majority of folks were just not comfortable raising the number, you could at least achieve the latter part of that, by just modifying the 3.7 to give flexibility. But actually, the way you've just described it, I think by setting it as, and I think the way I believe Raul said it, if 3.9 is the goal, but with the flexibility below, then that probably is the broadest of flexibility. We try to go to that level, and in some neighborhoods, it may be easier to do 3.9. I was just trying to, if folks were uncomfortable with that number, but if it's only just a goal, then maybe that does give people the comfort.
Yeah, so, okay, either way, I think that this is a more flexible plan. We're not committing to a specific NAVD or feet or however you want to describe it, but I think you are trying to strive. The whole point of these projects is to actually improve quality of life. So if that's not being achieved, then we obviously have to revisit. So if we can do that by aspiring to a better NAVD, but keeping the flexibility in there, because not all neighborhoods are a one size fits all in this city, right? We have different elevations all throughout. And so I think this is a smarter, as Commissioner Richardson said, this actually gives us more flexibility than what we currently have via resolution. And so that actually is a lot more, I think, should be comforting. And Matt Alvarez, you said that you went out to the community and the residents were more comfortable with that approach?
Well, yes, that's a great point, Commissioner. That was a detailed description in the public meeting. And I personally got comments afterwards on appreciating the flexibility. And actually, if I also do recall, the article the next day from the Miami Herald also commented that it's not a one size fits all and a flexible plan. So we did do this based upon the community comments. We did also approach this to provide relief, is actually the best word to use under those circumstances. And I would also comment that by defining this plan the way it's being proposed to the commission, that it identifies levels of service on what flooding is acceptable for residents, for businesses, and for emergency access. And if that has to change due to harmonization, this plan allows the city, the residents, and the neighborhoods to understand how that level of service will go down and how the frequency of flooding will change to achieve a better harmonization. So in that sense, it's very, very transparent. And that was the feedback that we got from the community when we presented this plan.
Okay. Commissioner, you done? So I'll just throw my 2 cents in. Listen, we hired these guys and retained them because they're experts in this field. They gave us a science and engineering-based informed view of what our goal should be. And I appreciate Commissioner Richardson giving us and making sure it's a goal, but we should have a science-based goal. We shouldn't have something less than a science-based goal. And if the science-based goal moves up a little bit, we should move up too. On the other hand, they also allowed us to inform that with common sense, and we don't want to create scenarios that are too difficult for residents that many of us have heard about. So I think that the goal that they have is the science-based goal, and the escape valve they give you, which allows you to toggle a little bit below it, is so that we can avoid the scenarios that have made little sense when you have only a rigid goal. So I think that the proposal, certainly as refined, and I don't know if it's been amended or simply clarified and comments spread across the record, I think does make a lot of sense to me. And I would hate for us to start to just say, if we hire a group of engineers and scientists who come in and say, this is really where you should be, we just say, well, we prefer a different view of science. Now, by the way, I think the fact that they give you an escape valve makes this immensely palatable to us, because we realize that that will probably help us toggle our way through this, because this does create a lot of disruption in the community and consternation. But on the other hand, we all have to do it. We have to do it as a city, and our residents have to do it. So I'm very heartened by the proposal as I understand it. Let's go to the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Richardson. Your hand's still up. I'll call you after Vice Mayor unless, okay. Vice Mayor Samuelin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I'll cut right to the point. Our current policy of 3.7 NAVD did not have the financial and economic analysis. So we're talking about validating a policy that no one knows how much it costs the city and no one knows how much it costs our resident. Our current policy has an opt-out line. And I ask anyone in the administration to correct me if I'm wrong, but it does give discretion to the Public Works Department to modify the 3.7 NAVD. That flexibility is already there. Our residents.
I did not do that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he's going to come back on. While we're waiting, Commissioner Richardson, why don't you?
Yeah, let me just be brief because I think I have a motion on the floor and I think that there's support for it. And somebody said it a few minutes ago and I want to highlight it again. A one-size-fits-all approach is not going to work in this city and no one's advocating for that. And this gives us that flexibility. So this gives us more flexibility. I have a motion on the floor and I hope we can just move forward.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, are you back on? You're muted.
Which commissioner are you asking about, Mayor?
I'm asking, well, Commissioner Samuelin checked out.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Now I can.
Now we can. Yes.
Very
okay,
clearly,
I'm back. Thank you. Sorry about that. The Zoom is more fun than you can imagine. What I was saying was I was picking up, having clarified my understanding of our current policy, which I'm pretty sure I stated correctly. While our residents were very appreciative of the blue-green, everything I heard from the residents about the road raising was 180 degrees opposed. And they came out in force. And if there were any residents who knew what we're up to today, we'd be hearing from them. So I really would take issue with the thought that saying our residents are buying into this. I would also be clear, I hear the 3.9, but there's numbers in the document. It doesn't say up to, it says setting a design standard, the numbers are as high as 4.9. So if we're talking about a goal and flexible, that's different than what is in the document.
Okay, thank you. I think Commissioner Richardson and spoke about it. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Richardson, your hand's up again.
No, I just wanted to react to that. So, we've amended this. The motion was that we would set 3.9 as a goal. I think it was 4.1 on emergency roles. So we amended it to make sure that that was a goal. So I don't think there should not be any question on that.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola, you've been very polite. So why don't you put your hand up?
Okay, yeah, just to follow up on my colleague, Commissioner Samuelin's comment about, strong resident support for blue-green, but concern about the road raising. Guys, we hire expert consultants, the best in the world, literally, and we pay them millions of dollars to advise us. And they've advised us that road raising is part of our strategy. And do we just allow, lay citizens to advise us on science, or do we listen to, real engineers who are telling us what the best practice is? I mean, we've been listening to scientists during the COVID crisis, and, I think we should continue to do that when it comes to climate change. Same thing.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, Commissioner Samuelin, I cut you off. And did you want to say something else? I apologize for that. No?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't cut me off. I think I'm still not clear on what the motion is. So maybe someone can repeat that.
I'm gonna queue it up. Commissioner Ariola, did I cut you off? I can't tell if you were still speaking. Your hand is up.
I am done, Mayor.
Okay, well, don't leave. Just be done speaking. Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Richardson, why don't you tell us what this modified is? And I want Raul to listen carefully so that we know.
And I want Roy to listen carefully too, to make sure that I don't misstate it, because they're the experts. So no, but we amended this to adopt the, this would be item 2, and to adopt the concepts that we would set as a goal, the recommendations in the Jacobs report, 3.9, 4.1, whatever, that we would adopt them as a goal, not a mandate, and that we would have complete flexibility to drop to a lower level, even below our current mandate of 3.7, if it's needed for harmonization. So that would be the plan. That's the motion. Did I get that right, Roy? Because you said it correct. You said it first, and I like the way you said it. I wanted to make sure I got it right.
Commissioner, exactly what you just said is what the plan is. Your words might be more palatable to everybody, adding the word goal, but the plan as it's presented to you says 3.9, however you reduce it for harmonization slope. So exactly as it is technically is what you said. If your words are more palatable, you're accurate.
I want to use the word goal in the motion because I want to make sure that my colleagues know that it's not a mandate, it's a goal, because the administration may come, because one size doesn't fit all, and the administration may come back to us on a specific proposal and say, in this case, we don't think we need to go to 3.9 or 4.1, and we're going to recommend 3.8. And we know in some cases it's going to go below 3.7 where we have harmonization issues. So that's why I'm using the word goal, and it is important to me to use that word. So that's the motion.
Okay, it's a motion made. I'll second it. Anybody objecting? Anybody objecting?
No.
We got one objection from Commissioner Samuel, and everybody else is in favor?
No. No.
Is that minor?
Yep.
Okay, so show it 5-2 with minor and Samuel.
Wait.
It's not going to change anything. Never mind.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Hold on, Mayor, just to clarify, City Attorney, how many votes does it take to change our road elevation policy? I think it needs 5 votes.
I think you got him.
I thought it was majority.
Can we double check real quick? Because I'm pretty sure our road elevation, there was a stipulation to change the policy with 5 votes.
Is that stipulated, Roy, is that stipulated in the stormwater master plan?
You have a separate item that says if we reduce our resiliency standards, it requires a supermajority, but I would submit to you for consideration, this actually increases our standards.
Okay.
I think that a mere majority for this is fine.
Well, it's 5-2. Is everybody okay with that? I'll have them call a roll if you want, but this is a Zoom way to do it. Okay, 5-2, show that passed. Let's move to the next item.
So C2 is adopted as amended.
Correct. R9A, we need to do that. That's something we did in the.
No, sir, it was deferred.
Okay.
R9A deferred. R9B deferred.
All right, R9C.
R9C is resiliency code update on scheduling and funding.
Do we need that today? I want to get some of these guys home for dinner. Even though they're home. Even though they're not. I want to get them to their kitchens or dining rooms for dinner. And not all right, let's take it up. Is this going to be a long item?
I know Tom Mooney is here for the next 2 items. Tom, if they're going to be too long, we can defer them because it's already 6:30.
We did 3
Tom?
items.
Tom Mooney?
Okay.
He's on now.
Any update on our historic?
Tom. I think Tom's on now. No?
Okay. Well,
Yes, sir. He's there.
He's here. Oh, hold on. Tom, there you are.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Tom, are
Now
you
we
in
can
the
hear you.
office? Are you
They
in the
just
office?
they just put me on. Yeah, I'm in the office.
I just want everybody to
there's
realize it's
these-
6:30 on Friday, and Tom is.
R9C and R9D are interrelated. R9C is not a very long discussion, but if you have the energy, Alan Schulman's been waiting to make a short presentation regarding R9D, which is the Historic District Resiliency and Adaptation Guidelines. And so he's ready to go if you're willing to take a look at it.
Guys, let's do it. Commissioner Gongora said he wants to work till 7:30. I think I heard him say that.
I just want to know if these are guidelines or goals.
We're getting a little loopy. I don't know. Every time, I don't know what people, I don't know what's going on Friday at happy hour, but let's finish this meeting.
Well, if Alan's presentation is between 10 and 15 minutes and it's detailed, so I don't want to lead you down the primrose path. If this is something where you really feel that you don't have the energy for it, I understand. I'm sure he'll understand. He'd rather do the presentation when there's some focus to it. So these are adaptation guidelines that were put together. We've been trying to get this to you since February, but it's been one of the postponements due to the pandemic. And so these are what was put together. They're specific to historic districts. And they're not code amendments, but one of the recommendations is a separate referral to land use so that we can begin to explore potential code amendments. But I think you'll find these guidelines that have been developed very enlightening. They've been endorsed by the Historic Preservation Board. And so what we wanted to do was present them to you, get your endorsement, and then move forward with a referral to land use so that we can start looking at some amendments to effectuate the code change part of it.
Well, can you want to do it at our meeting next week? Because we can
Please.
make a referral then.
Let's,
Okay.
please, can we do that?
I got a lot of thumbs up.
So we are deferring R9C and R9D to Wednesday's meeting?
Tom, is that okay?
Yeah, would it be possible if I could work with Michelle to get a time certain, because Alan, so that he could, have a time certain?
Happy to
9
do it.
p.m.
Okay.
Wait, Mayor, you do realize next Wednesday's meeting is about 4 books worth of a meeting, right?
It's a huge
and
meeting.
we may end up in the same position, and I don't want to do that again to Tom or Alan. So you may want to, if we're going to defer it, you may want to think about that for another time, maybe September's meeting. I'm just warning that we may be in the same predicament with the level of agenda we have for next Wednesday, but I'm fine either way.
Why don't we do it in the morning? So that I'll commit to do it first. Only other stuff we have is COVID stuff. So either be right before, right after our COVID stuff, Alan. So are you okay?
Yeah, that's great. Wednesday morning.
All right, let's do that.
Mayor, what else? But what about if we also could just maybe ask everybody, since the agenda is long for next Wednesday, for all of us to look at the agenda and see if any of us have items that we would be willing to defer to September.
Yeah, not only should you do that, but I'm going to be pretty rigorous about time certains because, a lot of the discussion items have been taking up an enormous amount of time. And some of the other measures that we have to do, we've been, so I'm going to tell Michelle and Ralph to sort of be careful about the time certains. I'd rather do time certains on votes, not on just discussion items. So I'm going to put them in the back. So if we don't get to it or you're getting tired, that'll be the process for us. And I'm going to put Alan Schulman's stuff up at the beginning because he's been listening to us for this long and has to get some kind of reward for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Let's do COVID. Jimmy?
R9F.
So, Commissioner, this is, I'm sorry. I thought we were going to talk about the Ocean Drive item. I know we have, in terms of COVID, it's not really any updates. Today, we're issuing a new order extending to the 29th. There are no new measures that are being proposed. Obviously, we've seen a rise in cases. We've also seen issues with hospitals, all the hospitalization data. It does look like we're plateauing potentially at a higher level. That's not necessarily good news. So the question becomes, how do we, what measures, hopefully the measures that are in place now across the community, including the increased focus on enforcement will make a difference. And so we hope, as I've reported to you in the past, we are seeing our own workforce impacted significantly. We've probably got right now, nearly 250 employees who are on some measure of have a contact tracing protocol of quarantine, either because they've tested positive or had close contacts, have accommodations, or have had some or have symptoms. And so it's been impacting our service levels in certain areas, but we're managing. And the obvious connection is a lot of these folks are the frontline folks: fire, police, public works, sanitation, et cetera. So, but HR is doing a good job monitoring that. The 8 p.m. curfews and whatnot continue. I know the chief and Tom Curatori from Code are on if you want to hear from them directly. And I don't know, Rick, if you're on to talk about how these measures over the last week have, I know in our conversations have helped significantly. Chief Clemens, if you're on.
I'll throw in a little bit. I've been on a bunch of calls today. One of them had to do with the CARES Act funding, which will affect us. And the League of Cities and the mayors all asked to get a certain amount based on resident population of, there's about 400 and something million coming to the county. We're asking for a percentage of that for all the residents, which is actually going to be very helpful if we get something. There's been a negotiation. The mayor of the county's offered something. We've asked for more. We made another offer. I think that's going to go to the commission, who ultimately can actually decide. So that's in flux right now, and that's what I've been doing a little bit today. The only other thing with regard to the numbers, I had this call with the biostatisticians, and the one thing I think what Jimmy said, which is important, is when we went into shelter months ago, we had about 500 new cases a day. We're at 7 times that right now, but the folks do believe that the measures that happened a couple of weeks ago, namely the mask requirement countywide and here, the curfew and closures, have resulted in a slowing down of the increase. And there is a suspicion that it might be hovering now rather than rising. The only problem is it's hovering at around 2,500 to 3,000 new cases a day. The metric I look at is the number of new hospitalizations. So approximately around 200, maybe a little less, sometimes a little more, come to the hospital every day, so sick they need to come in, and a certain percentage, a good percentage, end up in ICU, a much smaller percentage end up in ventilators, and about half of them actually die. So 200 a day is a fairly large number. All numbers are large numbers, but it's much higher than it was before. And the debates that going on right now on a lot of these calls is, what do we do? We're hoping that number starts to slide down rather than just hover at such a high level, because that would be an enormous amount of bad things happening on a daily basis. I don't know that it will. I think Monday is going to be very important, and Tuesday, because that's a pretty significant amount of time after the measures. And we have increased enforcement. If you've noticed, we're actually giving out tickets. I don't know how many we gave out. Maybe Jimmy knows, but we're actually giving out tickets, as have the county and the city of Miami. And that, I think, is actually helping. Tickets for not wearing a mask. So we'll see what happens next week. County Mayor today does not have an intention of taking any action yet, but I think Monday or Tuesday of next week, if it continues to hover at this level, he may decide to do something, or may ask, start asking his doctors whether there seems to be something we need to do, because it's a very enormously high level of infection. And it doesn't bode well for opening up schools. With this level of infection, it would be hard to fathom that they would open up schools, because typically you're trying to avoid a surge to this level. If we don't move it down, I don't know that, every message seems to be that we wouldn't be opening them up. So.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, consistent with that, today is the last day of summer camp in person, because we had similar issues. Our virtual camp does continue, and we have will continue, and we have 212 kids registered now. We may have some more, but I think that is the next sort of big challenge. Will be if schools are opened up. I think we would see another surge, but we'll see where that goes. I do want to indicate that we received $247,000 of new CARES funds for renters and homeowners, and so on your agenda next Wednesday, there'll actually be an item about how to distribute those funds, as well as tranche 3 of our rental assistance. There'll be an item on your agenda next Wednesday. We're recommending actually a third-party vendor so that because if we do it directly, remember, we can't assist, we can't serve people who don't have residency or citizenship. And so we're recommending a third-party vendor, the HAND program at Citrus Health Network, so that in fact, those folks could be served as well. And those items will be coming on your agenda next Wednesday. And at this point, we've got obviously the 8 p.m. curfew, in the entertainment district, 10 p.m. curfew. Otherwise, the rules in terms of enforcement, and I guess Rick is not on, but his indication to me was that the earlier curfew actually allowed them to clear the streets sooner. It used to take about 2 hours when you start at 10, just because the numbers were higher. But in about 45 minutes or so, they're able to do it now. Code has been out there very proactively. I think I just have been told that Wayne and Henry are on. Chief Jones and Major Doce, are you guys on? If you want to talk a little bit about what's going on?
Yeah, sirs, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay, so yes, go ahead, Deputy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Unfortunately, Chief is off today. He sends his regrets. He wanted to be a part of this conversation, but I had some pressing things to address. I can tell you the biggest difference between last week and this week, at least the past few days, has been the 8 p.m. curfew in MXE. That's given us the opportunity to clear the streets within 45 minutes to an hour. There has been some minimal pushback from some folks, but ultimately they all comply. I think what's happened over the past day or so, given the fact our guys have been directed to directly address folks who are not wearing masks, challenge those folks, provide them with a mask if they don't have one, and deal with those who have them but refuse to put them on. So far, we've issued 102 warnings since yesterday, and written 2 citations for folks not wearing masks. But by and large, I think clearing MXC has been really good for the past few days. Henry, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, that the ability to be able to close down at 8 p.m. and start encouraging people to get back inside has really made the difference with the unruly behavior. You don't see it anymore. The COVID staffing adjustment that we started on Monday has also assisted us in the evening with being able to deploy more officers in the MXC to handle some of the rowdiness that we've seen, that were exhibited by just party goers going wild, enjoying what they assumed was a free-for-all down here along our roadways. So that has ceased. You will not see that anymore. We've been really proactive at engaging people and telling them to behave. The behavior has improved tremendously. I think the word's getting out that really after 8 p.m. there's nothing to do here in South Beach in the MXC. So it has calmed down substantially. And we will continue that through the weekend. Apparently we had some intel that the weekend was going to be busy with the Airbnbs in the Collins corridor, with some of these places doing short terms. So we'll see if that's true or not. But otherwise, the hotels overall are at about a 14-16% occupancy, which is way below the norm. And that's contributing to seeing the lack of people out here. During the day, it's not an issue. There's very few crowds now walking along Ocean Drive. With the amount of officers we have, we do sporadically have to stop and tell people to put a mask on, which they're compliant on. They usually just have them on their chin, hanging off their neck. But overall, it is a vast improvement having that 8 p.m. curfew.
All right. Thank you, Chief and Major. And I don't know if Tom Curatori is on from Code. Yeah, Tom, are you on?
Yes,
you can talk a little bit about your initiatives, including with the short-term rentals, because I know, as you know, short-term rentals are not allowed right now. What you're doing to attack those?
Could you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay. Since yesterday, actually, we gave we stopped 103 people actually for the mask facial warnings and we gave them actually 13 violations out. The challenge we get with the violations is, we don't have the authority to detain people, and every violation takes 15 to 30 minutes. So we're working on that. With the curfew, the 8 o'clock curfew is great. Also the liquor store curfew, citywide. When it's citywide, it makes it much easier for us to enforce instead of having in pockets and carved outs. And also with the short-term rentals, we're hitting some locations this weekend. We shut already 27 businesses down to date, and we're just out there working. There's a little story though. Yesterday, people don't want to put their mask on, but yesterday we had a situation where actually a guy refused to put his mask on until his girlfriend said, "Please put your mask on, give him ID, and take the violation." So it works.
All right, you're persuasive.
All right, Commissioner Gongora, I see you have your hand up. And this is, you had put one of these items on, so please.
Yeah, thank you. Because this I think the COVID item is being discussed at the same time as R9H, which I had placed on about Ocean Drive. I did walk Ocean Drive last Saturday evening, right before the closure, roughly between 6 and 8, with Chief Clemens and Captain Campbell. I saw Tom from Code, who was out there handing out free masks, and everybody was out there proactively having people put their masks on. And I asked last week if we had given any tickets, and the answer was no. And I do think the fact that we're giving the $50 tickets now is encouraging the better behavior. And word gets out once you start doing these things that you can't come to Miami Beach without your mask on. I did want to ask, and the police said that they believe this is helping, and I have to rely on them to keep our residents safe. But I did get a lot of calls, as I'm sure we all do on the commission, from the restaurants in the MXE and entertainment districts that believe that they can't possibly stay open because we eat dinner late. I myself usually eat dinner at 8 or 9 o'clock. It might be a Latin thing. But by closing at 8, you kind of like are closing yourself off to the dinner crowd. So I wanted to get a firm decision or a firm recommendation. Is this in fact helping closing these particular restaurants at 8 as opposed to restaurants on Espanola Way, south of 5th, and other areas where they seem to be going now?
That's a question for you, Chief Thomas and Henry. So officers and Inspector, why don't you tell us your thoughts?
Well, it's clear that the earlier closing time assists tremendously in clearing the streets. If the goal is to clear the streets of folks from partying on Ocean Drive and having this party-like atmosphere for the week into the wee hours in the morning, then it's working. And if the goal is to keep the restaurants open to make money and for business, then that's a whole different discussion. But from our perspective, the earlier closing time in the MXC is working for us.
I understand that it's probably easier to police when you close because it is taking out a portion of the people that would otherwise want to be there. So I do think it's easier from a safety perspective. I guess just trying to balance in my mind, if we're closing down good operators by doing this, is it necessary? Do you think it's necessary to keep the restaurants closed at 8 p.m. to keep that area safe?
Well, yeah, I mean, Chief, is that a question for me?
Go ahead.
Well, I can tell you, based on previous experience, and when you compare that to recent experience, i.e. the past week after the 8 p.m. closure went into effect, the preference would be to keep things where they are.
Okay. All right. Michael, Commissioner Gongora, you got more? Commissioner Richardson, are you?
I defer to Commissioner Gongora if he has more. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, well, I have my question is maybe for Raul or the administration or even for the police, and that is a logistical question. Is there a way to keep the restaurants open, but to have a curfew on the public domain, on the public space, so that we can say it's not legal to be out on the street? We have a curfew on the street, but if you're coming and going to a restaurant for dinner, that's allowed until a certain time. And I don't know the answer if it's possible to even police that, but I'm just wondering if any cities ever tried that.
I can't answer.
Yeah, it's challenging just because, you know, then my guess is it makes it more difficult to police because everyone will be saying they're on their way to dinner, on the way from dinner. So I mean, we could always try that, but I think it is much more challenging in terms of truly clearing the streets because people will be coming to or from dinner. You know, it's
right.
I guess it would be more challenging. Yeah.
It would definitely be more challenging. Absolutely. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else want to speak? These are just discussion items. So, Commissioner Ariola.
Yeah, just so that I'm clear on what we're voting or deciding on today. I mean, the 8 p.m. closure, I understand the policy reason behind it, during COVID and try to tamper down some of the unruly crowds we've been seeing. But my concern is, doing this indefinitely, we really are just going to put everybody in that entire area out of business. And I don't want to see that happen. There's a lot of good operators there that don't deserve this. So, what is the end game and what's the end date in which we will redo this? Because I can't support something that's indefinite because you're literally putting all these guys out of business, and a lot of them are mom and pops that put their life savings into it, a lot of employees. And so, I know what we're trying to do, but there are a lot of very innocent people that are law-abiding taxpayers and employees that, live and die by our decisions here. So I want to make sure that we have an end date in mind and an alternative to an 8 p.m. Closure.
Yeah, Commissioner, clearly because these are orders under the emergency order for coronavirus, for COVID-19, it has to be tied to that. Clearly, the crowds were unruly, but they also had the trait that they were not wearing masks, they were not engaging in social distancing, they were doing all the things that Dr. Fauci and others say you should be doing. So that is what drove it. So obviously, at the appropriate time, that either the numbers really come down or we see that behavior is not occurring at all, then we would certainly come back to you and say, I think we can either go back to 10 o'clock if where the county mayor is, or a later time, depending on what the county mayor does. I think we're all looking at those numbers, and the county mayor recently said, I think this very week, that he might open up indoor restaurants, but probably not let them be open too late. So the hour still seems to be an issue. So we might get back to a 10 p.m., but until at some point. But I don't think we're there yet.
Mayor, just a follow-up question. I still have my hand up. Is that okay?
Yeah.
It's a question for legal. Raul, can you advise us, in your opinion, at what point might this constitute a takings? I know that under emergency powers, government have a lot of latitude, but to the extent that we're carving out one district and not others, might we face some sort of takings argument that, if you're on one side of the street, you got to close at 8 o'clock, but if you're on the other, you can stay till 10 p.m. And, it's arbitrary in nature. And the longer we keep it this way, I think the more liable we are to a takings argument versus, a very short-term situation.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And that's a good question. I think what Jimmy said is important, that these measures are supported by the record and they go part and parcel with the emergency powers in order to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. We certainly can't keep these measures in place past the emergency powers, which is why the powers, the state of emergency is reviewed by the commission periodically. Now, you asked a second question: at what point, if challenged, does this become arbitrary and capricious? And so far, the only case, and I think I forwarded it to some of you, that I've come across that actually has been challenged, and I believe this was in California, was as to the houses of worship. And in that case, following something that you said, what the court held there was that you can't arbitrarily decide which businesses you're gonna keep open and which businesses you're gonna keep closed. And I think with that, the greater deference, because it involved the establishment clause and the freedom to, the right to worship, it held that if you were opening up other businesses, for example, like bowling alleys, restaurants, you could not continue to keep houses of worship closed. So that's the only case that I've come across so far in California. But I monitor these periodically, especially to see what's happening in California, because that's where not only did they have the biggest closures, but where they're actually having reclosures now. So that's usually where the case law is being made. But certainly, to the extent that we start reopening, other businesses, we have to be wary of what we continue to keep closed, and we have to have a supportable record for it. I think up to now, with regard to Ocean Drive, our police officers, the public, and certainly some commissioners have testified on the record of the public health safety concerns there, that Ocean Drive, continues to kind of be a magnet for traffic and that kind of traffic, whether intentionally or not, engenders bad behavior. So I certainly wouldn't recommend this past the emergency order. And my second point of caution would be, as we continue to reopen things, or proceed to reopen things, and we have to revisit this periodically, because we can't be viewed as doing something punitive that's eventually going to be struck down if challenged. And I don't know necessarily whether it would be a taking, because obviously the taking would have a permanent effect, and this could be undone, by commission action, or by commission direction to the city manager. But there certainly could be a challenge as to continued closures in light of other reopenings.
Thank you. All right. Anything else on this? Is it just up, Commissioner Gongora? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Now, safety is our first and foremost concern, but I'm also concerned for the businesses. It concerns me that we didn't even start ticketing before we closed down the 3 blocks in the entertainment district. We literally didn't even start issuing one single mask violation until we took the drastic action of closing down these businesses. And my concern is that we're not just closing them down at 8, but that we're closing them down permanently. And we're going to be seeing restaurants going out of business. We only have one more meeting in a few days, and then we don't meet again until early September. I don't even know how long the emergency power of the manager will be extended to, but the commission won't have another opportunity to voice their opinion on this. And my opinion is that we shouldn't be keeping them closed down until September. I want people to be safe. I want to maintain control. I want to see infections go down. But I don't understand why, if the rest of Miami-Dade County, every other area in all of Miami-Dade County can stay open till 10, why these 3 blocks are so difficult that we've got to shut them down 2 hours earlier and put them out of business. And I want to see if there's an appetite for giving it a try to let these businesses have some financial relief.
Well, we have next week, Commissioner, on Wednesday, and maybe if you want to, we can defer this item to next week. We certainly have that. I think right now, me personally, in the midst of this thing, when I don't think anybody's thinking about loosening right now, given where the data is. But I do believe we're going to get some signals over the weekend or Monday and Tuesday. It happens to be about 3 weeks since we've done all of the orders. And from the calls I'm on, everybody seems to think that we're at a very high level of virus in the community. It's still at about 18, 19, 20%. And there's about 25 to 3,000 a day of people being infected, and a couple hundred going into the hospital every day. So I'd like to make this decision on Wednesday. And I certainly have an appetite to reconsider it then. I don't think now would be a good time, just because our messaging to the community is that we're not in a great spot right now, and it's very accurate given what's happening. But we do have a meeting.
I haven't
Wednesday.
heard a lot of support, but I would say that I would like to change the policy back. And if I don't have the support tonight, then I would like to defer this discussion item to Wednesday, because I don't want to leave them closed between July 29th and September at 8 o'clock. They're not going to last. They won't survive the summer.
I think let's have the item on Wednesday. And by the way, we can also give Jimmy direction on Wednesday, whether it's, for what we're thinking. This is his emergency order. He has the ability to moderate it as he sees fit. And we certainly have phone calls, but let's defer this to Wednesday if that's okay, Commissioner.
Okay.
All right. I don't have anything else on the agenda, and it's not even 7 p.m. So with that, thank you all. It's a hard and long day. And I appreciate everybody sticking with it. Thank you, Jimmy and staff.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.